Hey, you almost broke my screen, damn it.
Well, damn it, you how you going to open the lounge and don't have the damn door open, unlocked? What the hell?
It was unlocked. I heard you come in and I let you in, so there, ha ha.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You looking like you're in a really good mood this morning.
I'm in a good mood. What are you saying?
Didn't seem.
It's these YouTube street people that be trying to mess up my mood.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Yo, Eli's joint was only like 5 seconds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I sent you the link this morning.
Yeah, I haven't looked at anything yet. I've just been trying to wake up.
Oh, okay. Because I sent it to you just in case. I said if you're up.
Yeah.
How you doing though? How you doing today? You all right?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. It's, for some reason, I'm
That's
kind of
good.
hot this morning.
Yeah.
Like a little
Well,
sweaty or
it's
something. I'm not
cold.
sure why, but
You you know you might be menopausing. Stop playing.
yeah, I believe
You
so.
hear me?
Yeah, I believe so. You're probably right. I am 66. What can I say? I'm an old fuck.
You're not an old fuck, right? You're just in the prime of your time. That's all.
There you go. I like the sound of that.
So I just stopped up. I am out. I'm not at home. Um, I'm surprised that the slave link gave me a little signal so I could come say good morning to you and whoever might join us in a couple of minutes.
Sounds good.
I went to go try to get a lift this morning and they wanted double the amount what they normally charge. And I'm like, yo, what the hell are they trying to do?
Yeah,
Now, why would I, you know what I mean? Like, why would you double the prices when you want to get people riding? You want to get people to use your service, right?
right.
This is what I say about airlines. Even, when you go to the zoo, when you want to take your family to a sporting event, right? Why
Right.
not make it reasonable prices for everyone to enjoy it?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, Goodwills and stuff. Why do they charge you almost just as much for a pair of pants at Goodwill as they do new?
Oh well, that Goodwill trying to make a profit, babe. Cause I could get almost a brand new pair of pants at my Goodwill for $6.
Yeah, but you can get brand new one for 10.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah. But you know what I'm saying though about the Goodwill? They trying to make a profit.
Oh, yeah. Well, to me, it doesn't make sense because, like, I worked at this mission for 9 months and they had their own little thrift store. And they
Hmm.
had so many T-shirts that they had to take all their T-shirts to a company to get them made into rags because they had so many of these damn things. I'm like, well, if you sold these T-shirts for a dime a piece, I bet you wouldn't have so many, and you wouldn't have to truck them to another place to get, to pay for that service. I'm like, and I bet you in the long
Exactly.
run, you'd end up making more money because they're, $4 or $5 or whatever for a used fucking T-shirt when they can get a
Yep.
brand new one for 6.
Three for $1. Look, five for $2, five for $3. You know what I mean? Something
Yeah.
like that. I understand exactly where you're coming from.
Yep. They always think though, hey, Moose is in the house. Good to see you, Moose.
Morning, Moosey.
But yeah, they always, think, oh, we got to make as much money as we can off of every transaction instead of making just a little bit every transaction.
Yes, because everyone wants to profit nowadays, Larry. Nobody cares about the next man, or nobody cares about the corporations, don't care about the people. The
Oh yeah.
corporations only care about themselves. The corporate, the CEOs, the managers, you know what I mean? The vice presidents,
Right.
the president. Yeah, they the ones that want to profit. They don't give a fuck about the people.
Yeah, that's for sure. Sad.
Two auditors just got arrested the other day. They went to a city council meeting, and the city council people and the police were just totally tyrants, and they ended up arresting Denver Metro audit and Sweet Tea audits.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, it's just sad that you know the Constitution don't matter to them.
Oh no.
Right? You know what I mean? The Constitution is only for them. That's what they think. They think the Constitution only protects them, not the people. The
Right.
people don't have a First Amendment freedom of speech when they're addressing their government. They don't have freedom of assembly when they want to peacefully protest. They can't do that
Well,
without
we
getting
the people.
arrested. Like,
We the people don't mean we the people now. Come on.
I know, right? Don't tell nobody. We don't want to wake Nubs up because you know how Nubs get to agreeing with everything, right?
Just comply.
Nubs,
Just comply. That's all we
said,
got to do is just comply, right?
yeah, comply, right? I don't want him to know that I'm talking about not complying, right? You know what? I noticed something though. Um, I keep watching. I'm watching Paul's broadcast, right? And I notice, and I don't know why I feel this way, but I've been feeling this way a while about Talcott, even though it's a bit, a joke, like, a bit with him coming up every day. But
Right.
some of the questions, not some of the questions, some of the things that he be saying, it seems like he's trying to put Paul in some kind of group or some kind of organization that they're going to get together and bring the government down.
Yeah.
This is what I hear from Talcott myself out of my
Right.
own ears, right?
Right.
The things that he be saying about, it's just the stopping wars and all of that kind of stuff. Like, yo, don't bring that kind of attention to the people because they'll keep being, you know what I mean? They'll keep fucking with us.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? They'll keep trying to put us in this community to bring down the government or, solve shit and, stop that shit, yo. Because it's going to make it hard for the next person.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because if people, you got so many people against him or against, I don't know why they're against him. I really don't. But you got so many people that are trying to make him out to be this fucking god of, I don't get it. He's a human being that just stands on his own truth and rights and freedoms, right? He just know how to do things that a lot of people don't know how to do.
Right.
So why he gotta be labeled? That's what I don't get. Why they
That
gotta
just seems
label
to be the
people
way
all the
nowadays
time?
are, is we got to give you some kind of label to categorize you, to put you in that category to deal with you.
Yeah, or to put you in that category to fit their narrative of,
Right.
people trying to come after, they against the government. They're forming a group. They're forming a posse. They're coming to get us. No,
Right.
we just paying attention to what's going on in the world, and we bringing it to. He's bringing, things, making people aware of how they can stand on their rights and freedom with truth and honor, respect. You know what I mean? That's what I hear from him, man. And people I just keep hearing Talcott trying to put him in this group. Like, just crazy to me.
Yeah. Well, the thing
Even
is,
some of those, go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's all right. Thing is what gets me is, when I heard us referred to as a battery, and how we have to make these connections and shit. Well, a lot of people don't understand in a battery, you actually re- you actually receive and expend your energy through your negative side, and you receive your energy through the positive side. So you have to have that negative to create a positive, to create that energy. So, am I messing up?
You see how they trying to disrupt your energy. Go ahead, Larry. I got you. Go ahead, man. Spit it,
Uh,
Larry.
but it's just kind of weird how that's all done, and a lot of people think, oh, I'm myself included, is when negative shit happens, is, oh, woe is me, woe is me. Well, no, that experience is there is for us to learn and to grow from, not to dwell on and woe is me type thing.
Yes, that energy. That's what I always want to, with people that I'm around, I always want that energy of let's go and not woe is me. Because
Right,
then I hit the, with some people you hit the term pour me another drink.
right,
You
right,
know.
right. Exactly.
That's how that's how Billy the Kid Norwood was the other morning. He was going through some shit in his own mind and in his own life, right? And then he wanted to take it out on me.
Yeah,
Make me the
project that
bad guy.
problem on everybody else.
Yeah, yeah, because I'm pointing out, some stuff that's going on with you that I've been seeing for the past 2 years. Not that I've been hearing from other people. I've been seeing this behavior for the past 2 years. So when I call you out, you get mad at me. You know,
Right.
nah.
Well,
You
that's the
you
problem is
can't get
most people.
mad at me if I've been paying attention to you. Like you be telling people, well,
That's the problem, though, is most people don't want to look in that mirror.
nope, they don't. I'm just moving around, Larry, trying to get a better signal, man. I'm getting rid of this slave link. Maybe by tomorrow, I should have me a new phone. Going back to T-Mobile. Shout out to T-Mobile. Thank you for making sure I was good. I'll be back.
Right on. That's like the other day we had to go to Cricket to get her son's phone hooked up. And I seen these, oh, well, you get a $400 phone today for $70 or something. And I'm like, hey, can I get this deal with, on the plan that I already have now? And they're like, oh no, you got to be a new customer. And I says, oh,
Yup.
so one more time I get screwed for being a loyal customer.
Yeah. Oh, so that you my boy. I'm telling you, you my boy. So yesterday, that's what they. So I thought that they was trying to pull the wool over my eyes too, Larry. So the commercial advertised if you switch to T-Mobile, you get this free phone,
Right,
right? So I said, all right, bet. I ain't hear no, it did say taxes and fees apply, terms and conditions, whatever, whatever, right? But it
right,
never tell you the terms and the conditions until you call them up all
right,
happy. Yeah, I'm switching to T-Mobile. Give me my phone. Yeah. Then that
yeah,
nigga said, well, you gotta pay $168 and I'm like, hold up, that's not free.
exactly.
I said, well, what the hell of me being a loyal customer from Nextel to Sprint to T-Mobile? Y'all bought the company, right? So
Right,
I'm a loyal customer no matter what. My phone has never been disconnected. I've never been late on my cell phone bill. I've done all of that. That's why I said I was going to take advantage of the free shit because I done paid into these corporations, right? So
Right.
shit, why not get a free phone? But everything that's free ain't free.
Yeah. Well, that's what gets, that's what gets me is all these companies, like Comcast, where you get your internet, and the phone companies and all that. Once you become a customer, you're just another fucking number, But if you're a new customer, it's, oh, how can we greatly assist you? And it's
Right.
like even the guy at Cricket says, oh, well, yeah, he's like, yeah, I get like ten new phones a year. I'm like, because what he does is he just switches from carrier to carrier so he can get the newest and best thing for, free or next to nothing. And it's like,
Oh shit. And that's what they
why do
do.
you
Hold up,
guys
Larry. I gotta
devise
get you
your,
water.
organizations for only new customers? Why don't you have any kind of benefits or uh,
Right.
some kind of deal for the people
For
that are
loyal
already
customers.
your customer?
For loyal customers, right, Larry?
Right, right, right.
Yeah, I feel you on that, right? They should. I mean, that's kind of what I was telling them yesterday. If I'm moving around a lot, it's because I'm trying to get a good signal, okay?
That's fine.
But that's what I was telling them yesterday. Like, I've been a loyal customer for a long time. Like, y'all should be pleased to have me back and
Right,
take, what I mean, take care of me, hook me up. But I ended up paying $216, which will be credited back to my account. So really what they did is they put the first bill, they put the first bill in advance. That's all they did,
yeah,
right? Even though the bill is 60 something dollars a month, I'm locked into that lock in plan,
right,
so my bill will never go up.
right.
So yeah, but they find a way to get you. Trust me.
Well, you know why they want that couple $100 from you, even though they give it back to you. They're using your money in other places to make money off of you. It don't matter if they get it back because they've already made a couple $100 off that couple $100.
From somebody else, right?
Yep.
Trust me, I know, man.
They get you through the drive-through every time.
Yeah, yo, what Joe Pesci say? They fuck you in the drive-through. Don't go in the drive-through because they always fuck you in the drive-through.
That's right.
Shoot, I tell people that this day and age, I say, yo, you don't know? You don't never go through the drive-through. Joe Pesci told you that shit back in the early 80s.
Yeah, and they look at you like you're all crazy. Who the hell, Joe Pesci? Yeah.
Stop playing, Larry. Stop playing. You ain't never lied.
That ain't the newest. What's that new fucking singer fucking doing all these new songs? That ain't so and so. That ain't whatever.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just taking a little break before I get started, Larry.
Right on.
I don't know, not no little break. Larry, I've been up since 3:30 a.m. this morning, right? And soon as I shout out to Paul Unslaved. Soon as I wake up, I check the phone and I do what I do. I go and see who's live or who's on it, in the YouTube streets, right? Fucking first thing this morning, goddamn Paul Unslaved. Trying to coach O'Shea on how to talk to women, and he crashes every time. He crashes so much. I started crashing. But it was just fun hanging out with them this morning.
So was he trying to teach him how not to be creepy?
No, well, no. Other people was trying to teach him. Even everybody in the chat was trying to teach him, but he just wouldn't listen.
Yeah.
He just wouldn't listen. He just got creepier and creepier by the moment, yo. Yeah. People just started leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because he, huh?
I myself don't understand. It's like he seems like he wants a relationship, but how can you start a relationship like let's fuck?
Because he don't know, because he's never had, he's never had the confidence in himself, right? To have a normal relationship, right? All he know, and being as though he's been retaining his semen. Yeah, I mean, what training do he have? He don't have. He needs dick discipline, Larry.
Yeah, well, but then again, he can't be retaining too much if supposedly he did all this stuff with Allie.
Uh, uh, that goes the question, man. I think all he did was with Allie is sniffed her bike seat and felt up on her. That's all I believe he did.
Came all over her
All
leg,
right,
huh?
all right. I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? What I see, what I saw, right? So what I saw this morning is how I pictured him reacting to Allie. What I saw his behavior this morning is what I pictured him acting with Allie as soon as he saw her,
Yeah,
right? He was already for the past 3 months, he's already been head over in love with her, head over heels in love with her, right? On a
right,
road, right? So when he saw her, you know what happened. He had to
yeah,
go to the bathroom real quick.
yeah,
The only reason I'm saying that is because of the behavior I saw this morning,
right,
right?
right.
What I saw this morning, he had to take a break, and then then he couldn't talk. Then he had to take another break. Then he couldn't talk.
Uh,
Then look, then he blamed it on Rob. Then he blamed it on somebody else. Like, yeah, he has no confidence in himself. He needs a mini Paul on his shoulder when he's trying to talk to women. Well, no, I don't know, because Paul persuades him to be creepy.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I say. Like, he's not. If everybody is okay with him being creepy, he's not going to learn anything.
right,
Nobody's allowed to tell him where he's going wrong, right?
right.
Where is he going to grow? Where is he going to learn? It's been 3 months of the same creepy behavior, right? So we want him to be happy. We want him to fulfill his needs, but we want him to do it in the right way, not be
Right.
chasing women away. You got to talk to a married woman. You can't have a single woman. You got to have somebody that wants to be in a monogamous relationship. Like, come on, creepy. That shit's creepy to me.
Yeah.
And you know.
I heard he
That's
was hitting on some old lady a few days ago.
Stop playing. They was all on. They listen. He had 3 women this morning. The nicest one even was hula hooping for him. Do you know he ain't paid her no mind?
He got what?
She was who? She was doing the hula hoop.
Oh yeah,
She was really at a hula hoop. She
yeah,
was showing the man that she got tricks. And he still didn't notice that. Yo, he was hitting on the wrong people. This woman was really sitting up there. She was pretty, everything. He did not pay her any attention, really. He was on the older lady, and then he was on the married lady. What the fuck? And then he got on Rob, and then I mean, I was like confused. But Larry, that's just my take on it. You know what I mean? I'm not here to cause any drama, that was just my take on watching the
Right,
behavior. And,
right,
like, and you can't get mad at people for not agreeing with the behavior. You
right,
can't get upset with people because they might say something and say, hey, whatever. You can't get mad at that person. You have to allow people to have their own. If they on your broadcast, if they in your chat, right? Yeah, I
right,
mean, like they should be able to have their own opinion without being questioned. Well, why you feel that way? Why? No, like I'm allowed to feel that way. If I don't agree with the way that behavior is, I'm going to say something. I'm not
right,
allowed to
right,
say something. You know what I
right.
mean? So,
Yeah.
I had to like,
Right or wrong, it's your opinion, and your opinion's your opinion, right or wrong.
exactly. Even if you don't agree with it, right?
Right.
That's
That's what
their,
I'm saying.
yeah,
Right.
that's their opinion, and you can't get mad at them or want to call them out because they have their opinion. That's kind of crazy to me. You know what I mean? Like everybody don't agree with that behavior. So
Right.
you're telling me that if I come up on your panel or if I come to your broadcast that I have to agree with everything y'all doing or I get called out.
Well,
No, that's
the
not
most
good.
the thing is too is I'd say at least 8 out of 10 people think his actions have been creepy. So
Oh
if you
yeah.
got eight, so if you got 8 out of 10 people saying, "Hey, you're being creepy," if that was me, I'd be like, "Well, how am I being creepy? And what are they seeing that's creepy?" I'd want to change that.
Oh
But
no,
to
he
me,
don't.
it seems like he just wants to be creepier.
He doesn't see none. He reads the chat. He reads it. Listen, he reads the chat. He sees everything that everybody say, but it seems like he gets creepier because he's in his own imagination, brother. You got it? He's in his
Yeah,
own imagination. So once he gets started in his imagination, it's fuck what everybody else saying and fuck what everybody else thinks. I'm trying to
yeah.
get my. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that? Cause that sound like he trying to get. He only thing he trying to get is some a towel and a cot. I said that this morning. He needed a towel and a cot this morning, yo.
He trying to practice the old 4 Fs.
What,
The four
oh,
Fs.
listen. I don't. Look, Larry. Some of that stuff you be saying go over my head.
Okay. The 4 Fs. Find them, feel them, fuck them, forget them.
Oh, I can agree with that. I can agree with that behavior. Yeah,
You see,
yeah.
that was basically the motto when I grew up. I mean, that's how you lived. You practiced the 4 Fs every day of your life until, for me, it was until I was tired of that whole situation and that lifestyle and those games. I mean, but I lived it for most of my life. Now you froze. Oh shit. Water bottle. Come on. Give me some power, water bottle. Water bottle. Power. 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 I need power. Give me some power. Damn it. Power. I need water bottle power. Holy shit,
No,
that was
no.
loud.
Listen, no, that wasn't even a water bottle power, yo. I moved to another room. You couldn't even save me with a water bottle on that one.
Damn it. We got Mary in the room. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Mary. Good morning. What's Mary's daughter name?
Hotbox is all I remember.
Hotbox.
Hotboxing is her name. Hotboxing.
Hot boxing.
Yeah, for like, when you smoke, you hot box.
Oh gosh. See, you be telling I told you, man, you got some words. I ain't never heard of no hot boxing. The fuck?
Really? I guess
No.
I guess that's like me with those damn shopping carts, huh?
No, Larry. You and them damn shopping carts. That's no excuse, man. They didn't stop selling those shopping carts,
I'm
right?
sticking to
You
it. I
made
don't care what you say. I'm sticking to it.
y'all made up that word hot box. I ain't never heard of no damn hot boxing. Never, ever.
I've heard it for a long time.
No. And I've heard of shopping carts with the four wheels on them that don't belong to the market. They sell them in the stores. Okay?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
get you a shopping cart yet? I'm gonna buy your ass a damn shopping cart.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, you need a wagon.
No,
Something to put
I
on.
need another bicycle now because both my motors on my electric bicycle burned up.
Well, look,
And
I
then go
guess you go
figure,
ahead
just
and,
as I was getting ready to go make some money with it.
yeah, well, don't, don't let that stop you.
Oh
Don't
no,
let that
I'm
stop you.
it's not.
Right? Right?
I'm
Gonna have
already
to,
thinking of alternatives.
you're gonna have to get what's your right foot name?
Stepping,
What's your right foot name?
stepping,
Oh, okay, what's your left foot name?
gotta go.
Okay, so you're gonna have to get stepping and gotta go moving.
I know.
Yes, don't let the motors get you complacent and get you in the whoa me. You know
Oh
what I
no.
mean?
Oh, did you
So,
hear about what I found out about my motherboard?
no.
Okay, well, my son told me, and I didn't even think about this. He's like, Dad, you got a manufacturer's warranty on your motherboard. I'm like, shit, you're right. He's like, it should be at least a year. So contact them, tell them it's no good and whatever, and go from there. So I went to
Did
the
you?
manufacturer's website and they had if you got problems, click here or whatever. And
Hmm.
then they had this big, huge list of different problems. Well, the
Hmm.
very first problem
Was
was
yours?
was mine. Yeah. So I'm thinking, well, if that's the very top thing, then to me, that says that that's happening a lot. So therefore, I'm hoping that they'll help me out since that was the very first, because there was like 20 different things,
Okay,
different
so
problems that you could check.
okay.
So I contacted them and they said they'd get a hold of me, within a couple of days or whatever and let me know what's going on. So I'm either hoping they,
No,
yep,
no, no hoping. No fucking hoping. No hoping. Get it out of your head. Let's wipe that hope away. Throw the hope. Take the hope. Take the hope and throw it somewhere. Okay. Throw the hope all the way in left field and don't fucking boomerang it. Okay.
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So I want you to keep positive thoughts in the front of your brain and
Yeah, well,
say,
like to me that like I said, that it being the very first choice, that made me feel a lot better. It gave me a lot more confidence, definitely.
Okay, so therefore, if you got confidence, there's no hoping,
Yeah, true.
right? So,
That's
because if
true.
you believe in, if you have faith in God, there's no worry, right?
That's true.
That's all I'm saying, Larry. I'm going to be an inspirational speaker yet.
Just for you today at $5.99.
Yo, no, hell no, no. They started
I
They
knew you
started
were gonna do
1995.
it.
1995, Larry. The fuck? Yo, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck am I supposed to do with my money now, man?
Keep it, and because pretty soon there ain't gonna be no damn money.
Yeah, but that's crazy, man. Like, I don't want to. I'm not not investing in anything at my age. Really? For what? Really? What am I investing in at my age, right? Then I'm 80 and I got all this fucking money I can't spend. The fuck?
Yeah.
And I ain't got nobody to leave it to. No, I don't.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? I ain't no, well, you can leave it to family. No, the fuck I can't.
Yeah.
Family ain't never did shit for me.
Yep.
Shit, I got strangers I can leave it to, but I'm just saying, I'm not investing in shit.
Yeah.
Only thing I invest in is me. That's
Right.
it. Nothing else.
About the only thing I'm going to try to invest in is maybe some land for me to put my head on, so they can
Okay.
bury me out back on that land.
Okay. Yeah. Hey. Shit. But see, that's the only thing about it, though. You buy land, and the government still say they own it.
Yeah. What happened to the land of the free?
They lied. They
Yeah,
lied to you, Larry.
Nope.
They lied to you, Larry.
That's for sure. More than one way, that's for sure too.
For sure.
37 ways to Sunday, more like.
Did you see the joint I posted about the little girl that the teacher assaulted because she wouldn't say to stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance or the whatever?
I didn't see that one.
Oh yeah, man. And listen, they want to take away the books. They want to take away this. They want to take away that in these schools, right? Then they want to give you tyrant teachers and indoctrinators that change your children to keep them from thinking they're oppressed, right? Because that's what they're doing. The millennials were already taught that we playing the victim when we start talking about being oppressed, right?
Right. Right.
That's how the millennials feel now. That
Right.
we be victimizing because we talk about how oppressed the system is, right? But they focus on color, how oppressed the system is to color. It ain't about color. They oppress the fucking everybody, right?
Right. Right.
If you don't do what you're told, if you don't comply, obey and comply, you're oppressed,
Right.
right?
Yep.
One of my friends on Facebook said he got written after 10 years, he got written up for being 3 minutes late.
What? And probably every day before that he was early.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Probably before that though he was 5 minutes early every day.
Or he probably stayed 5 minutes late.
Exactly, either or, right.
Right? So, but I'm saying this is how the system is getting now. If you've been around for a while and you're doing a good job, we gonna find ways to fuck you up, fuck
Yep.
you over, and ship your ass out. So we could get another slave paying them cheaper.
Yep. And don't have to give them those benefits.
For 90 days. Then they gonna wait for that ninja to fuck up.
Yep, exactly.
That's the way the system is. They trying to erase, like what I was telling you yesterday, they trying to erase people from working, period. They coming up with computerized everything. They trying to be like China, okay?
Yeah.
Everybody's against China, but they trying to be like China. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I think that's where all these technology shit come from, China. They the most technology poor people.
Yeah. Well, we don't really have any electronics manufacturing here in the United States. It's all done over there.
Donald Trump sold that lie, telling people that they're going to bring jobs back to the United States, right?
Yep.
2016, how many jobs came back to the United States? How many factories and all that stuff came back to the United States? Even all his merch is from China.
Right, right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And everybody fell for the lie. You know, everybody's on Donnie's dick, right? They fell for the lie. All they
Yep.
did doing is cheating each other out of money.
Yeah. Yep.
That's all they doing. They not really doing anything. They having all these committee meetings and court, all this bullshit. They ain't doing nothing but trying to distract us with that bullshit so they can keep robbing us.
Oh yeah. It's kind of like, oh, look what we're doing. We're doing the right thing, but yet we're not going to do anything. You know.
Yeah, they don't want us to be that smart, Larry. We're not supposed to be that. We're not supposed to be that smart. We
I
supposed to
know.
not know that stuff. Shh! Don't tell nobody. Yes, we're supposed to walk around like zombies with blinders on. No, we do like Nub say. We comply.
That's it. Nothing else but comply.
Nothing with nothing,
One
nothing.
job to do. One job to do, and that's just to comply.
Comply. That's it. Look, I was born in this body, and I'm gonna die in this body, and all I gotta do is comply.
There you go. What else is there, right?
Fuck that, man. I'm gonna live and enjoy each day I can. You hear me?
I heard that.
I'm not gonna let none of this shit get me down. Yo, it started in 2016. I knew the world was going crazy. When they voted for a man that said, I can't help it if y'all got loopholes that y'all won't fix, and I take advantage of them. And yeah, Russia, find them $3,300 thousand, find them 3,300,000 emails of Hillary's. That just synced it right there.
Yeah.
That was a red flag to me, man. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it was a red flag.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm gonna teach y'all how to how to. I'm gonna teach y'all how to steal money, and don't vote for Hillary because she still got them 33,000 emails hidden."
Right.
That's how he got elected. People knew that they was going to be able to get around, and that's why the banks are failing today.
Right.
That's
Well, then there.
exactly why.
Well, then there was that time where he, when Obama was trying to be president. Oh, he ain't even an American citizen. How can we elect him when he ain't even born here, and we're not supposed to be able to vote for somebody that ain't an American citizen, and all
That's
that
because
bullshit.
Yeah, but that's because they wanted to they put Osama bin Laden's name out there and made him a bad guy, right?
Right. 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 That's what I'm saying.
And so Donald Trump took that middle name of his and ran with it.
Right.
Yo, that's a name. Why are you labeling that man not a American? You know what I mean? You
Well,
can't help it. Hmm?
the funny thing about it too is he said he had proof that his birth certificate wasn't from here and
Did he ever
this and
show it?
everything, but it never came out. It never got
Right.
shown.
Right.
You
So
know
what did he do? What did he do? Another lie to get the
exactly.
people to not see. People are so stupid. They
Yep.
don't think for themselves, right? And they follow everything they hear. They believe everything they hear. You know, drag queens are teaching your kids how to sex change. Huh? When? When was that? Like, the shit that they come up with and people believe it. You know what I mean? They want to change they don't want public schools for one. They don't want public schools. They want public schools to be non-void, right? They want their schools so they could teach your kids what they want to teach them.
Right. Right. Right.
And if they can push the teachers out and make the teachers quit, right? And then they can make your kids, indoctrinate your kids the way they want to. It's
Right.
all over for the next generation, man. I mean, for the people that my age, let me walk down a dark street in the middle of the night. I gotta walk like this with my hands up.
Right.
Because somebody's scared. She looks suspicious. I bet I do look suspicious. Look, have you seen my eyes?
Get out of here.
Shoot. Yo, somebody asked me this morning, and I'm sorry, Paul, but I had to say it. Somebody asked me this morning, Sly, why you don't go up for the panel? Paul having fun. I would have been having fun too, but Paul said I wasn't all that I wasn't attractive enough. So
What?
he was just trying to give me a compliment, but he had to tear me down first, to build me up. You know what I mean? He said, she looked like a little boy and she ain't all that attractive, but so I said, okay, whatever. So I said, no, I ain't attractive enough. See, if I went up on a panel, O'Shea wouldn't have asked me, can he see my boobies?
Shit, I think he's gained like 20 or 30 pounds in the last few months.
Who?
Paul,
Why you say that?
haven't you seen his face getting chubbier?
I think it looks that way when his hair grows. Because when he get his hair cut, his face looks slimmer.
I don't know. All kinds of people say it looked like he's gained a lot of weight.
Well, I mean, he is a big boy. A big
Well, I
man.
know that,
He
but
is.
I'm just saying that the
Yeah, he
shape of
did.
his face now is a lot bigger than it was when he first started.
He's gotten comfortable. He had the
Yeah,
whole winter to sit on his ass in his new trailer, right? I was did that, and I think too, him playing the music in the morning kind of inspires him to move around a little bit more. And he said he's going to start shortening his broadcast to going back to 2 to 4 hours. And so he can start, moving around and getting out and stuff. He said the weather's starting to change. So yeah, sitting on your ass for 6 months, Larry, that will make you kick. You know what I mean?
oh
The
yeah.
man don't eat a lot of meat. He eat pizza and whatever Jen cooks for him, but you got to understand, shit, when you hibernate, yeah, shit might happen. You might gain 30 pounds.
So Nubs had some meat last night. He ate some chicken.
Oh, snaps. Didn't you say, who said that? Who said that Nubs, didn't Lou tell Nubs that? Wait, who said that he was going to eat some meat? That it was tempting. Oh, no, no, Nubs said it. That's right. Nubs said that he was urging for some meat. Oh, man, Nubs. Hey, I
Well,
had some chicken. I had some chicken yesterday too, man. Don't feel bad.
well, like he said, he said he hasn't been feeling too good, and he's not. He said he weighs like 150 pounds, or whatever, and he's trying to move these 300-400 pound rocks. He's like, I need some more mass behind me to help me along here, which is
Yeah.
understandable. And I guess he said, that it didn't like make him sick or anything, so that's cool.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and just hey, go with the farm fed. You know what I mean? If you're going to go with the farm fed.
Well,
Go
yeah,
with
that's what he
all.
said he's going to eventually do is grow his own.
Yeah, yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Don't listen to Meat Tart. Meat Tart was arguing with Talcott last night about that shit. Oh, you gotta eat meat. You gotta eat. I can't say it 3 times. He might show up.
There you go. You're trying to jinx yourself.
Yeah, I already know. All right, let me put you on. I'm gonna put you on hold for a second. I'll be right back.
All right. You still here, Mary? It's been saying 0 the whole time, like I don't have anybody in my room. Are you still here? How you doing this morning? Been here for an hour and there's like nobody here. What the hell, over? A stiff neck. Oh no, we're gonna have to get Danny over there and give you a nice massage. That sucks. Yeah, it says zero, there's zero in my chat, but yet you're in my room acting up, I guess, today. I guess they're saying you don't count, Mary, but I don't feel that way. So there.
Sometimes you just gotta refresh for your chat to come up. If she's still in the chat, you just gotta refresh.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not gonna look. Don't kick me out yet. I'm just saying this, okay?
Well, you
You
ain't
gotta
get kicked out.
handle.
You won't get kicked out unless I.
Soon as I say I gotta go, you'll be like, all right, don't let the door hit you with a good Lord split you to see you slide. But yeah, I just wanted to, come and hang out with you for a minute and uplift your day. That's
Well,
what
I
I hope I do.
appreciate it.
That's what I hope I do every day I come see you. Uplift your day. All
Oh
right.
yeah. Oh yeah. And I appreciate it.
Who's in the chat? Nobody? Well, it's still early. I forgot it's only the crack of dawn for you. So
No, Mary's in the chat. It just, like I said, it said zero all the whole time I've been here, and we had
Mhm.
Moose and Mary in here at one time, and keeps just saying zero. I guess I said that it says the chat saying she's zero, and I says, but she's not zero to me. So there, and then she goes, I'm at zero, lol.
Mhm. Yeah. All right.
Uh,
So I'll check back in with you guys, and I just got to get some stuff done.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All
Talk to you
right, you
guys
have a
later.
great day.
All right, babe. I'll talk to you after a while. I'll check back in and see what y'all talking about.
Sounds good.
All right, later.
Bye bye. Let's see. I'm gonna try to refresh and see if anybody. Nope, still says zero. You still here, Mary?
Now there really is zero in the chat, Larry.
uh, yeah, I don't know. This shit's kind of weird sometimes. So you got a stiff neck, huh?
Yeah, sometimes that plate in my neck really gives me trouble.
Does it seem to, like, if you sleep in a different position that it acts up or something?
Yep.
Yeah.
That, and if it's cold, if the temperature drops overnight, I'll wake up with a stiff neck.
Yeah. Well, you got
It did
do
it
you have
last night.
metal
It was
back
just the
there?
way I slept. Yes.
Yeah, that's probably why. The same thing I think happens to her because she's got this big fucking like double T in her back of metal, and
Mm,
it's like, once it gets cold, that shit, once it gets cold, it's, it's gotta fucking hurt. It's kind of like,
yeah.
like when my feet get cold, it goes from my bones out. When it goes from the bones out, it hurts twice as bad as it does when it goes from the skin in.
And they had to play. I think it was C3, C4, and C5. Whatever
Yeah,
was going on back there, I would wake up with numb arms,
yeah, I
and they,
hate that feeling.
yeah, I could move them, right, but I couldn't. They were just numb. They were heavy, so to speak.
Right, right. That happens to me sometimes. I'll be laying, my arm wrong or whatever. My fingers will go to sleep, and they feel like each finger feels like they're a damn cucumber.
Yes, like they should be swollen, and you're looking at them, but they're not swollen, but they feel swollen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, they'll be a little bit, but not like they feel. Definitely.
Well, see,
Like I
I
said,
had a bone spur, I guess, that was digging into the top of my spine. So if I slept wrong or pressed on it or something, it would send like a pain through the. Did you ever like pull the back of your shoulder,
oh yeah,
like lifting stuff? It would give me that like kind of pain that ended at the end of my shoulder. And sometimes like it would like literally put my neck to the side. So for like 48 hours, I'm walking around like tilted.
yeah, yeah. I'm not too sure about all this metal in the body thing when they repair your problems or whatever. They use this damn metal. I don't know. It just seems kind of
I don't
not
even know
right
if it's a
some
metal.
days.
It doesn't set off metal detectors. That's weird.
Yeah. Well, I've learned that metal detectors don't really detect all kinds of metal, and it has to be a certain amount of metal before it will detect it.
So they've refined them. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I know for a fact that I went through a metal detector and I had bullets in my pocket that I forgot I had in my pocket and they didn't get picked up.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I had
So
a
how
pipe too.
protective is it?
I had a metal pot pipe in my pocket once and it didn't pick that up either.
So you could probably go in with something in pieces and put it together afterwards, and the metal detector wouldn't even know.
I would think so. I mean, especially like if you put like one in each ankle and one in each pocket and
Uh-huh.
one in your shirt pocket or whatever, distribute it, amongst your body.
That's what makes me crazy
But
about thinking, man. You think deep enough and you start realizing some dark truth.
but heaven forbid if you got more than 3 ounces of liquid.
Yeah. I couldn't even bring my freaking water bottle on with me. I was so irritated. Drink it now. Drink it now or
Yeah,
leave it. I
yeah,
just walked up to the trash and I just fucking flung it in there like, fuck you, asshole. I'm not fucking flying again.
yeah. Well, at least now you don't have to feel outcasted, Mary, because Moose is in the chat and he doesn't count either. So,
Hi, Moose. Thanks for taking up the zero pole position. We need someone there.
yeah. Yep. Moose, the big fat zero.
Yep. So back to work. We took 2 days off to just kind of reset our rhythm from the puppies. So now it's time to well, first we got to go to town for water. And the hubby forgot his wallet at home, so he really needs me to come to town and bring that to town. And now we're going to get back to training these pups, redoing the puppy pens.
Yeah.
Actually, dog pens
How
now.
often?
They're 2 months away. What's that?
How often do you guys have to get water?
once a week minimum.
Yeah.
If we go a couple more times a week, there's a buffer because then we're dealing with a full tank. Normally I would do it until all the tanks are full. But we're coming up to spring. Some tanks need to be cleaned, so we're just working off one tank right now.
Uh-huh. Do you said all your tanks are clear, right?
No, four, right? There's four inside. There's four that are clear. There's four rain barrels that are red, and I have a big black rain barrel.
Okay. Do the clear ones seem to get algaed up more than the dark ones, or
Oh,
is it the?
yes, definitely.
That's what I was thinking because of the sun.
Yes, and the heat. So the sun is so intense at this elevation, it heats the water up, which gives
Right,
it a
right,
bigger chance to grow.
right,
So like when they're in their final places, because I'm in a temporary situation in how I'm living. So when I put them in their final places to store more water long term, I'm gonna paint them that blue that reflects the UV light.
right,
There's a certain blue, I think it's like a workshop blue that you could paint your clear tanks and you'll get a lot less algae in them because then the water's not heated up, right? And all that stuff.
right. Except maybe like the very bottom couple inches, so you could see if, how much water you have or something.
I'll probably leave a strip on the shady side
There you
so that
go.
I could see where the water's level's at. Yeah, because I'm in a camper now where I can't. Something happened to the little light that will tell you if you're low or if you're halfway or if you're three quarters. That thing doesn't work anymore, and which I wouldn't even care about. But my water tank in the camper is completely enclosed. So I can't even look to see how much
Right,
water's in it. It's always a shot in the dark when we go to fill the camper, and someone has to stay there all the time or it overflows because there's no signal lighting.
right. Yeah, what happens is that those wires inside the tank end up getting, dirty or whatever, and they lose their
Corroded, yep.
connection. And once their connection's gone, the only way of replacing it's to take out the tank and either fix that sensor or get a new tank.
Well, I think it's this thing over my door where all the
Water bottle.
lights, like you know how in the camper they'll tell you about your sewage and your water and how much juice your battery has. All that is over my doorway. And it looked like someone
Right.
had damaged it or miswired it or it does something, but it does nothing. Nothing goes to it anymore.
Uh,
But on the big tank we're eventually gonna get, I'm probably gonna put you know those thermometers that you could put on fish tanks
right,
that stick to the glass?
right, right,
I'm probably gonna put that up and down the tank, and where the air is will be a different temperature than the water.
right,
So I can get a good idea of where the level is on my tank without taking tops off or sticking heads in. I could just look at it and see.
right, right. Hey, we got Bruce Gas and Boxing and Jazz and more in the chat again. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're having a
Thank
great
you,
day.
Bruce. How are you?
Yeah, I have 70 subscribers now.
Hell yeah, that is awesome.
In the last month, my subscriber thing's gone up 300%.
Very cool. I know I've shared a couple of our talks on my community page. I hope
Yeah.
other people have too. I want to say I have shared your channel on Facebook. I don't know. I'm gonna have to check that one. Don't write that one down because I don't remember.
Well, you know, what's kind of
Um,
funny is I have shared my stream a few times, my live stream while it's going on at Facebook, and I'll get a couple, you know, maybe two or three watching, but I can never get anybody to join from Facebook.
I don't know if you can. I think it's an individual live on Facebook, whereas this is a community.
Well, what I've done is I put the StreamYard link in the Facebook live
Oh,
feed,
okay.
so
So
I
you
think you
can't get anybody over there to click it.
right.
Maybe the next time you do that, leave a little explanation of what StreamYard is. Because if people on Facebook don't do YouTube, they don't know what it is and they're not going to click it.
Right.
So maybe the next time you want to do a share, just put a FYI that blue link up there is so that you could come up and join me.
Yeah, Moose, I know you've been help promoting me, and I appreciate it, man. And Bruce says you must invite Facebook users to go see your show. I've done that too.
Oh, I didn't. His last statement was, "Otherwise, all Facebook vids are private." I did not know that. So what you might want to do is tag people.
Yeah, I've tried
Tag
both.
people that you think
I
might want to join you.
yeah, I've sent like you know messages through the messenger, invited them, and I've done when it's broadcasting live, I put the link up on the live, and I've tried different ways. It just I've had, like I said, two or three people watch for quite a while, but nobody's ever joined. So I'm not even, you know, sure if that link will work or not.
And I'll go see if I can come on from Facebook area.
It's
The
not
next time
there
you do a
now.
Facebook, no, the next time you do a joint one,
Oh, okay.
let me know. And then I'll try to join from the Facebook end of it and see maybe there's a complication we're unaware of.
Right. Yeah. Usually when I do it, it's usually like if I have an afternoon one, because I know there's not hardly anybody I know of up at our time of the morning, you know.
Right, right. But like my mother and my mother-in-law that recently passed, she finally did get to watch the videos on YouTube, but she did get confused in the whole mix.
Yeah, I think they could make it a little easier than they do. I tried to do some new stream thing last night that said it broadcasted to YouTube, but I went and I set it all up and I went to YouTube and I didn't have a live there, so I'm not sure where it was even broadcasting to now.
Oh shit, it's not there?
Well, I haven't checked all the videos to see if it posted. All I know is when I went live on that new thing that it was I went to my live and there was nothing there at all.
Is there two different buttons, one called broadcasting and one called live?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so it's not that.
Yeah, I think I set it up wrong somehow because I just looked again and there's nothing there from the one I did before I actually came on.
Okay, gotcha. So, and you don't remember what you hit?
I don't remember the name of the site I was trying offhand, but the format itself looked kind of cool. It was set up kind of neat, but like I said, I must have did something wrong too, because I wasn't live. That's all I know. There was this
Right.
other one I tried that was pretty cool because it had all these different sound effects and stuff that were built into it, but it had a push to talk option, and I couldn't figure out what I had to push to talk.
Oh no. That sounds kind of like a mix between emojis and a CD.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in some ways, I like the idea of push to talk because then you're not going to get people talking over
Yeah,
each
I
other.
really do like that myself too, because It's just a human reaction to interrupt. A lot of times I've noticed it's not even a disrespectful thing. Like it's just the momentum in how we talk
Well,
as people.
not only that, it's the delay
Yes, yes.
because,
Remember the trouble we have in Monel?
well, not only that, it was like the other day, she was sitting right beside me watching my stream on her phone, and there was like a 10-second delay between the two of us. And she's like, holy shit, no wonder people are having problems talking over each other because you're stopping, but yet they're still going, or vice versa,
And then
and it's like,
whoever's
so,
mic is at its loudest. And as you
yeah,
see when we come into StreamYard, it's basically all set. You hit two buttons, bing bam boom, you're on. Well, that's going by the standard setting of StreamYard. If you don't go in and adjust your settings, well, on
right.
some streams you were super low. On other streams, some other people were like screaming, like no one ever told me, but they told Linda, and Linda told me, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna just automatically turn that mic down because some people won't say, hey, you're a loud talker. You know what I'm saying? So I
Right.
wound up turning my mic down,
And
but you
like you said,
actually
it seems like it depends on the stream too, because one time you'll be really loud and one time you'll be really quiet. And she just mentioned that the other day. She's like, honey, she's like, I've never said nothing but before, but there's some people like when I'm laying in bed, I can't hear her at all. And there's other people, it sounds like they're right next to me. And
yes.
I'm like, well, why didn't you say something before,
I think that's what it is. So maybe in the next few lives, we remind people, don't forget to check your volume and check your stuff before you come on, because StreamYard does do that.
Well, I've noticed too, like even with me, I'll come in one time and the box at the bottom for automatic mic settings will be checked, and then other times it won't be. And I'm like, well, how come it checks it sometimes and not other times? That doesn't make any sense. It should always be the same way, either it's checked or not checked. It shouldn't change by itself back and forth.
Exactly. It should be up to the user to change that in that
Correct.
moment.
Yeah.
Yes. I noticed that too, that box would be clicked every once in a while. I'm like, well, I don't even know what that box does, so why is it even clicked?
Well, basically, it's supposed to like me when I have my speakers and my TV volume or whatever on the same, where it could pick up the mic. It's supposed to automatically adjust it so it won't get your background noise.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. So that's why sometimes people complain about my background noise and sometimes they don't say anything.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll have to, I think all we got to do, let me just check this. You go to more, go to settings, go to audio. Seeing that automatically adjust mic volume is off.
Yeah, that's why I said it's weird. You'll come in one time and it'll be up, and then another time it'll be on, but yet you didn't do anything.
Exactly. And that's why
So
people complain.
I
Huh?
guess Bruce is a big zero too, because it keeps saying zero no matter how many people come in my room.
By zero they meant like 100, like you're 100%.
Yeah. So I wonder if I'll even get any views today. That'll be kind of funny to see.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, the sun is shining again in Colorado.
Well, I know for sure they're fucking with me because I've had all kinds of people say lately they're not getting any of my notices, and also they'll go to search my name and nothing will come up. And
It's
I
weird.
watched Anna do it the other day. She sat right beside me and searched for my name, and some Chinese guy came up.
Oh, so you got to see what it's like to look for Larry James.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
have
I
that issue all the time when I don't see a notification, and then I'll try to search for your name, and it should pop up because I'm subscribed to you, and it never fucking pops up.
like I said, every time she would do it, some Chinese man would come up.
And she subscribed to you, so that's really super weird, isn't it?
Yeah, and I even went to my profile to make sure that I had my name right, and I'm like, yeah, look right here, it says Larry James 965, and
Uh-huh.
she tried it. She tried it, Larry Space James, Larry James together, and then Larry Space James 965, and then the Larry James 965 all together. So she tried it, different ways, and
Oh,
every search she did, nothing would ever come up except this Chinese guy.
oh my gosh, that's insane.
And what's even weirder though is a Chinese guy that kept coming up. His name wasn't Larry James on his title.
No shit.
Yeah,
Whoa, that's weird. Do you have like, have you checked your settings on your YouTube channel?
I've
Maybe you
never
have,
changed them.
yeah, so that
And it's like,
if,
well, Linda got blocked. I never blocked Linda, and I found her on my
mhm.
block list. Supposedly, Chuck lost his wrench. I never taken any
Oh
wrenches from
yeah, that's
anybody.
right.
So, they're fucking with us in all sorts of different ways. And
They
it's like,
definitely want
why?
to they want to interrupt the flow of good.
Well, and the thing that gets me is like, why do all this shit to me? I'm a fucking nobody. I'm a fucking nobody.
Right, right.
I got 70 whole subscribers now. Woohoo! Look out! I'm
Mm.
on a roll. So it's like, why try to block me or hide my lives or whatever? It's not like I got like Mr. Beast, millions of fucking followers or anything.
Right.
Have you ever watched any of his videos, Mr. Beast?
I did. I was a subscriber for a long time, and then probably 6 to 9 months ago, I noticed that he started getting into some clickbait.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, dude, no. He was really cool before that. He was doing some real, like, boots on the ground science about, the sun and how it affects us and the UV and stuff. And then out of nowhere, he starts putting these videos on. Um, and you watch it and you wait to see what was in the clickbait and what was in the thumbnail, and it's never in the freaking video.
Yeah.
I hate that shit. That drives me absolutely nuts.
Well, he
Or
first
or the
started out. He first started out like he'd go around and he's like, he'd find some down and out person, and then he would go get him buy him a house or whatever, and do all this good stuff, and then it just went, like you said, kind of from there into clickbaity stuff.
Yep. So I stopped watching them because I don't. My time's valuable, and I choose wisely what to spend my time on, and clickbait ain't one of them. Come on, Moo.
Well, it's like, do you know who Scotty Kilmer is?
I've heard the name. Yeah.
Well, he's an old mechanic that's been on YouTube for years. He's been a mechanic for 50 years or something like that. And I used to see a lot of his videos, and I'd see a title and I'd click on it because I'd think, oh, well, that's, I want to see what's going on. And then finally one video, he's like, okay, I don't know if you guys ever noticed, but yes, my vitals are going to be very clickbaity, and I do that for a reason. And just to let you know that, the title of the video might not be what you're expecting. And I'm like, my feelings were right. Oh shit, now we're in trouble.
Oh shit. TTM's here.
Why is my whole name not being mentioned down there, Larry?
You
Team
just
Cop
it says Moose is all it says in the chat.
Nah, look below my picture.
says
Yeah,
Team
there it says
Talcott
Yeah,
member.
it's supposed to say member number 5. I'm the 5th member of the Talcottian Church.
Oh shit. I don't
Yo,
know
I
what
was
to say,
scrolling
but
through YouTube yesterday and I noticed Jack was live. I was like,
Yeah.
whoa,
let's
Jack's
see if
doing
it
his
says
own
it.
thing.
There
What the
you
hell's
go.
going on?
There you go.
That's right. That's right.
See?
A little credit right here for the 5th member of the Talcottian Church. Folks,
I have to full screen to show it all.
Larry, all I gotta say, man, is you can be the 6th or the 7th member. You know, depending on Mary, if she wants the 6th spot, you can have that. Folks, my life has changed. I've done a whole lot of nothing from yesterday to today, but everything has gotten better. I said a few affirmations. I did a few YouTube videos. I jumped on a few streams. My life is definitely 100 times better, man.
That's good to hear. Fucking stoner.
Are you coming to worship tonight with us? We've got to go see Jack. He appears at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
What's he doing?
Larry, we're having church.
Indoctrinating everybody into veganism.
We're having church, Larry. Are you coming to church today? Are you going to worship Mr. Jack Talcott and the Talcottianisms?
Probably not.
Did you tell
You
me?
see that? I got tears in my eyes right now, Larry.
I know.
Tears in my eyes.
I know it's a tough
Might
choice.
just be because I got some sand in my eye, but I think that honestly, if
Yep, they're fucking with a water bottle. Yep.
Moose,
you
go
might
back
believe,
to it,
Larry,
Moose. There we go.
all it
We
takes
gotta
is
get-
one day.
We got to give you the power of the water bottle. They're fucking with you already.
Yep.
I don't have water bottle. Oh, I got water bottle right here. It's a purple one. Yosemite Yamity.
The funniest thing is I'm wondering how many different channels we can carry this water bottle to.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off when I see it on another channel. Like, oh, copycat.
Well, the funniest thing to me is it seems like 9 times out of 10 it actually works.
I
That's
was
the
thinking-
strangest part.
gotta come up with a bit that we can
that
take.
weirds me out. Look,
Yeah.
the slave link is messing with them. Yeah, I mean,
Hey, yo. Why'd you guys all leave?
yeah. I'm here.
Just because I started talking about the Church of Talcott. We're going to Graceland today, everybody.
Are you? That'd be cool.
Tomorrow.
Isn't that like in Tennessee or something?
I'm going to go see Elvis's house, Larry.
Isn't that in Tennessee?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
You haven't seen that movie yet, huh?
A hound dog. Nothing but a hound dog. These blue suede shoes.
Hey, you didn't see the movie, huh? That new Elvis movie is pretty lit.
How long ago
I
was
can't
it?
say I'm on the Elvis train. Sorry.
It came out last year.
I don't think I have seen it.
No,
No,
it's
I don't-
badass. It's badass.
I have to tell my husband he likes Elvis. That it was
Yeah.
a good movie for real.
Yeah, dude. I don't like Elvis. I didn't even want to watch the movie, but one of my neighbors was like, "Oh, the movie's so good, Mike. You gotta see it. You gotta see it." And he's an old bastard. And I said, "All right, we'll play it for the community." And so I played it on the big screen, and yeah, it was, dude. I was like totally into it.
So wait a minute, Moose. Wait a minute, Moose. Am I this old bastard too?
No, you're not an old bastard. You're a grumpy old bastard.
Oh, are you sure it's not a dirty old bastard?
I'd add the dirty one, but you can't. I mean, it can't be dirty, grumpy old bastard. That's just too long.
Well, sure it could be. I mean, you're gonna give me a title. It might as well be, big and long. Kind of
But
like
it's not gonna fit under your picture.
that's what she,
Oh, come on. We got women and children watching this, Larry. Come
I
on,
didn't
Dirty
say a
Larry.
word. I didn't say a word. I don't know what you're talking about, Willis.
You didn't have to say a word. We all know about the Long John sausage.
That's Mr. Long Dong to you.
Hey, if Anna's happy, that's all that matters, all right?
There you go. Oh, there
Hey,
she is.
baby girl. I see you, baby girl.
She comes up, she goes, Dad, 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 grabs the pen, tries to put it in their mouth. No way, dude. No way. These kids are trying to get away with everything around here. You
Well,
see
You're
this,
yeah.
like,
Larry?
let me talk cute and I'll steal this pen from daddy.
That's right. My daughter's gonna look just like yours in a few years, sitting there in the corner and shutting up, just like she should.
Oh,
Oh, I just need to lean back so the daggers can go like right through. I'll reach you that screen and hurt you that child, son. Hey, she'll just say, daddy, daddy, daddy.
I blew you a couple kisses for those daggers. I knew that was coming when I said that.
I almost got hit. Innocent bystander here.
But you're too passive over there in the corner. You look too comfortable. I'm all fired up this morning.
Oh man.
Yeah, I missed that. I didn't have a water bottle for that one, but luckily that's like my my defense now. Is I just talk a bunch of shit, then it cuts me off, and then when you're talking shit back, I don't hear any of it.
yeah.
Oh
Damn.
damn.
Madness you're saying.
It's God defending me. I don't need to hear your negativity. Only I can be negative.
That's funny.
Because you know, like batteries, all batteries have a negative and a positive charge, you know?
Yes, but did you know that they actually recharge from the negative side? And they let
Wait a second. Wait a second. So are you telling me that when they're like, go ahead and hook up the negative first and then hook up the positive because it like grounds it or whatever, that was bullshit?
you're supposed to hook up the negative last. No, your battery does actually charge from your negative side and release your energy from the positive side. So
No
that's why
shit.
actually negative things are used to recharge your personal battery because you're supposed to use that negative as a positive.
Damn, so
That's
I've
what
been
I'm
hooking up
talking
my
about. You just
battery the
spin it
wrong
around.
way.
What was that, Moose?
You just spin it around. Use that negative as a positive. You fire yourself up. When someone tells me I can't do something, you know what I do? The first thing I do is go out and do it.
That's what I'm saying. You use your negative charge as your positive charge because that's how you recharge your batteries from the negative side.
That's
Dude, I've
right.
been
My
hooking
wife
up
said I'm never
backwards.
getting famous on the internet. Boom. Here I am. Here I am. Fucking legend, she says.
He's arrived.
She said the optics are high. She wants to know what that means, but now she's saying it. She only hears like 10 minutes out of the day.
I don't know. I heard you
Oh.
got the short end of the stick there, Moose.
I don't got no short end.
You know, they cut him off right there, though, right? You see
Right
that?
there, yep, he can't even defend himself.
When it comes to my internet, you know.
There he goes again.
She said my stick. If you want to hear her
It's your
say it in her own
bottle,
words, she'll
man.
say it. I'm
Water bottle. Water bottle.
You don't part.
You're
She doesn't
fucking-
participate in this bullshit, folks. She says she will not be on camera. She will not come on the stream. She will not hang out with Larry because Larry's old dirty. And oh, she didn't say that about Larry. Okay. Usually,
Hey, it's only
She
been
hates
3
all my
weeks since
friends,
I've
Larry.
had a bath, so give me a break, damn it.
he took a shower 3 weeks ago, honey. He's conserving water. You know,
He's
she's
mostly
kind of a
clean,
hippie.
Larry.
Yeah.
Mostly clean. She's a hippie. She can appreciate that. Probably smells like patchouli up in there.
Here you go. You ready? Here you go, Moose. Moose, you ready?
Aw. Yeah, I can close your bag, but she's having fun
Oh
with
my
it.
god, that's funny.
All right, fine. All right. See, here we go, folks. I'm getting yelled at because the baby likes to explore. You see this? This is why children they grow up so ignorant because they're not allowed to explore anymore. They're not allowed to touch anything. They're not allowed to do anything fun. They're not allowed to go out and hang out and play in the dirt.
Well, yeah, they might get dirty, and then you got to clean them.
God, man. But you
My
wouldn't like
daughter
me,
said
Larry.
she stays in a perpetual dirty state.
Well, when you live out in
So-
tune with nature,
You get dirty.
yeah, deal with it.
As long as you're not hanging out like the trailer trout, you're all good.
The trailer trout.
Yeah. Just don't get one boyfriend and then be like, well, he's not good enough, so I'm gonna invite another boyfriend over while this boyfriend's here. And then just don't do that. Don't do that and you'll be all right.
I forgot about that trailer trash stuff.
The trailer trout?
If they start
The trailer
flopping
trout.
like a fish, you might want to watch out.
Then it should be more like a trailer. What the hell's that
I got
fish?
multiple
That
things.
invasive fish in Michigan? Carp. Trailer carp.
You can take
You never know when a carp's gonna come out and smack you right in the face.
But they're useful to
Yeah.
everybody else but this country.
You know what's messed up though? Is all these people know all these people. So when you go to this channel and into that channel and into that channel, everybody knows each other.
I know nothing.
Isn't it weird with how open the panel like a social media panel like YouTube is, and so many people are part of it, but the groups stay. Moose is right. The groups stay about 20 to 30 people, and those 20 to 30 people know the 20 or 30 people in the other group, and they know the 20 or 30 people in the other group. But the groups never get more bigger than 20 or 30 people.
Oh shit.
Don't you know that you are a shooting star?
So
Don't
today's
you
payday,
know-
and the hubby didn't get paid.
What?
Like the whole company hubbies didn't get paid.
What? Don't tell me that your
So-
husband is part of that bank that failed.
No, not at all. Actually, we enjoy the small banks of the towns, and
Alright, can you just put that over
it's
there? I'll
highly
scroll without a belt.
unusual for this to happen.
Behind where the no, where the computer is, so it doesn't
Oh.
bounce.
Is there any word on when they are going to get paid?
He hasn't said, and unfortunately, he's supposed to be driving out of town for the job, and he doesn't have his wallet on him either.
I'm not even gonna get my second cup of coffee because
He
you're
just
willy
texted
nilly in
it's
it.
a bank issue.
Uh,
What kind of bank issue? They don't want to let go of fucking money that was given to them for other people?
well, no, they gotta, make as much money off as they can before they let you have it.
Yeah, I was doing security in Michigan, and that year Christmas fell on like a Sunday or something. And by federal law, when that happens, the employer is supposed to pay you the business day before the holiday.
Yeah, that
In,
Friday.
yes, in this case, they did not. They held the money over until I think 2 days past Christmas. And I called bullshit on that. And they're like, well, we have so many employees, which actually puts us not under the federal guidelines. And I'm like, you are not going to be able to talk your way out
Wow.
of keeping somebody's money, earning interest on that money for 5 freaking days. You're not giving me the interest you're earning on my goddamn paycheck.
Right.
And man, I was hot to talk about that. And I realized that these states that are right to work or what is it called?
Yeah, it's right to work, dude. They suck.
They really, really suck. They totally disregard the employee as a person.
Yeah,
I'm from
at
a
the
state.
casino, if you get sick at the casino and you don't come in, they could just fire you.
Well, Moose, you're not supposed to get sick. What the hell are you thinking?
Well, no, it's just the thing, dude. It's like the right to work states. It's easier. It's not a right to work. It's a right to fire people, which is
You're
fine
muted,
because
Moose. You're muted.
California is way too bad. California, it's like impossible to fire people.
See, in New York, the employee rights, they don't trump the employer, but they're right up equal to them.
Which is where it should be.
Absolutely. And I go from New York to Michigan, where if you piss someone off out of nowhere for no reason and you didn't do anything wrong, they could just let you go.
Yep.
And this is where people should stand up and fight, because in right to work states, it's very difficult to get unemployment. I got unemployment in the state of Michigan, not once, but twice. I fought it. And see, this is what happens. People will file their unemployment papers. They'll tell them the whole story. And then unemployment will say, I don't know if we agree with you. And instead of the person fighting for their right, that's their money they're paying into the system, they just like, screw it. I don't even care. I'll just go find another job. And they just voluntarily give up their right and their funds that they deserve in the system.
Yep.
I hated that state. I hated it so bad. Like one time I went for a job interview, and hotboxing was like 2.5 years old.
Dang,
And I
little
brought
squirt.
her with me. What's that?
Little squirt at that time.
No, no.
No, she was still a little squirt, yeah. But I took her with me because it was an interview. It wasn't like I'm going in and was already hired. So there was an officer standing, like not behind me in line, but near me.
Yeah.
And behind him, after I left, I did not know this. I left that place. Behind him, my husband had just pulled in. And he listened
What?
to the cop and the owner of the business sit there like, what kind of idiot brings a baby to a job interview? An idiot that needs a job, stupid. Why would
Yep.
I pay for childcare when I don't have a job? I mean, to me, it's logical. Yet here these two men were just having a good old upchuck at my freaking expense. And my husband waited to get all the way up to the counter because the cop was standing alongside doing the bullshit and like, yeah, that was my wife. Thank you. And just,
Wow.
he's 6'2" and 250. And man, that cop, Vince said you could almost see the bead of sweat pop out on his forehead. when they got busted, just tearing down a woman that brought her child with her.
Because they know they were wrong, dude. They know they were wrong.
Absolutely. And the funniest thing with that owner, he's so stupid. Of all people to turn away, I've worked at convenience store gas stations from the time I was 18 on and off. I was in my 30s. If there was anybody that had the experience he wanted, it was me, and he freaking turned me away.
Yep. Sometimes though you have to give them a little like leeway, because a lot of times people have been through some shit because
Can't speak the truth there, Moose. Sorry, won't let you.
slave links acting up. But a lot of times these employers they go through some shit with some employees. Like someone comes in with their kid the first time, and then for the rest of their time owning a business, they're like, remember that time I hired that person with the baby and they fucked me over? And so it's everybody else after them. They're never going to give anyone else a chance or whatever because they're just like blocked off. Like I kind of get it in a way. I have nothing to do with hiring and firing and like employees. My wife does all that. Like I let her deal with all that shit. I just like have my say in it. But it's tough,
You're
dude.
right. They get that preconceived notion and they never ever give it up.
And it's all because of someone else, because people can't be responsible. And so, even though I think it's right to bring that baby, they're laughing at it because they're like, yeah, I know exactly what this girl's going to do. She's going to come in and start calling in sick every day saying, oh, my children this, my children that. And it sucks. It totally sucks that the world has become so jaded that people can't, take a leap on people,
And you can't
and
even like plead your case. The thing is, you can't even
yeah,
plead your
you
case
don't
to
even
say,
get a
"Hey, I'm
chance.
different." Not a chance. Not a chance at all.
No, they
And
don't
they
got time for
can't.
that.
I get really annoyed when people talk about, employees aren't what they used to be. Well, neither are employers. Shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? This is the equal thing. An employee can't do it all wrong on his own because there's an employer in place.
Yeah, definitely, dude. Like if I didn't move so far away from home, I have so many people that want to work with me because they're like, you were the best boss ever and blah blah blah, because I ran shit. Like I was there in the trenches doing the work with them, and I kept things going. I kept things moving. And it's like I'm always under the impression that I'm working with you. You're not working for me. You're not my slave. Like we're all here doing a job together, and then once we're done with the job, we go home.
You know what? I'll tell you what. The worst thing I seen in employment was working factory jobs because you have different type of supervisors. You have quality control. You have the factory supervisor. You got your line supervisor, and it was the cacophony of no, I'm the boss. No, I'm the boss. No, I'm the boss. And while employees are standing by with questions about what they're supposed to be doing, they wind up leaving, make their own assumption. They wind up being wrong, but really, who was wrong? The managers in all this, who don't, like you said, Moose, they don't participate in the actual job itself. They do a lot of dictatorial work and telling people what to do, and then getting mad when it's not done right.
Nope,
Dude,
he's gone.
frozen up again. Dang it. But really, the state of employment in this country is it's out of control. It is absolutely out of control. They want everyone working to their last dying breath and not even enjoy the very life they're freaking working away.
Yeah, it's like the time when I was working for Gem Top and I broke my hand, and I came in to show them that my hand was hurt. And, I needed to go to the doctor, and they're all like, "Well, you got one or two choices. Either you can come to work now, or you can leave now and don't come back," basically. And so I worked for 12 hours with a broken hand, and by the time I was done, I was crying because I was hurting so fucking bad. And it came up to me, "Oh, well, hey, big baby, cry baby, you can go see your doctor now." And then I go and get it x-rayed, and I find out it's fractured in 8 different places in my hand alone, and then they're all like, "Oh, well, we want you to come back to light duty." And I mean, I contacted everybody. I contacted lawyers. I contacted the people, the state that's supposed to protect you, and they're all acting like, "Oh, what do you mean you couldn't work with a broken hand," type thing. And the lawyer told me, "Oh, all I could do is get your job back." And I'm like, "What the fuck? Why would I want my job back when they already made me work 12 hours with a fucking broken hand?" I'm like, all they're going to do is, if I get my job back, is I come in the next day and they say, "Oh, well, you didn't cut your hair today, so, you're out the door."
Was that a right to work state?
I don't know. It was here in Oregon.
I'm gonna have to look it up to see if because it sounds like a right to work state.
But that was back in the 90s too, and back then basically employers knew that they could do anything to the employee because there was next to no jobs, so they knew that you could be a slave and do anything they wanted to you because they knew that there was another job around the corner for you.
And the moment you open your mouth and say that ain't right, they sit there and say there's 20 people behind you that want that job. Do you want to shut up or do you want to work? Or you know what I'm saying? Do you want to work or do you want to go home?
Well, you see, the whole thing for me is, even though I've been there for over a year, because I was on vacation when I broke my hand, and I never been late, never missed any time at work or whatever, and I figured, well, it'd be better, instead of calling in and saying, "No, my hand's messed up," I figured it'd be better to go in and actually show them that, my right hand is 4 times the size of my left hand. And they say, "Oh, well, yeah, you better get that taken care of." And then when they said, "No, you need to get to fucking work," I'm just like, what? And me, the fucking slave I was, just thought, well, I better get to fucking work because I need money to eat and pay my rent and this and that and the other thing. And just that whole experience just was like I was on planet Mars,
Right. Where's tablet? Right. And that's the thing is it's not, we're in school and we don't learn nothing about any of this bullshit. And they want kids to grow up in a school that doesn't teach you about the society you live in and then somehow be successful while fighting the bullshit.
Well, I really believe if they wanted our children to learn and strive in our community, one of the easiest ways to teach our children, because most children are into video games, that's what they live for, is to play video games, correct?
Most children, yes.
So therefore, why aren't in school they have a class called video games? Okay, now if they're going to learn about these video games, now check out what they're going to be learning. They're going to be learning how to read, because these video games have words. They're going to learn how to program. They're going to learn how electronics work. They're going to learn, there's so many different aspects of different fields you can learn just by video game.
Right.
And then, so therefore you spark their interest because they see video games. So they think, "Oh, I'm going to sit here and be able to play video games all the time." Yes, you are going to be able to play at certain times in certain, instances. But overall, you're going to be learning, like I said, words, electricity, programming, websites, how to create a website, how to create, all these different avenues, which is so therefore, these kids already have this knowledge on how to program or how to create a website. How can that not be beneficial for everybody and everything? That's why I said I think if they just had that one course that could open up so many different fields.
The problem is their judgment call on who deserves it. So when I was in school, middle school and high school, right, was when they started bringing computers into it. And it was weird because it wasn't like you could go to your guidance counselor and say, hey, I want to take a computer class. There were hoops to jump through already by then to be, quote unquote, allowed into the computer class.
Well, yeah, and the irony of the whole thing is it wasn't, the computers were introduced to the school not as a source of knowledge. It was a source of to be another robot, to
Yeah.
be entranced by this thing in front of you that can give you basically anything and everything you want at your fingertips. So it's not there to learn, it's there to slave you and to, make you want and need so they can provide, supposedly.
Well, that's what they said with their mouth, but what I saw with my eyes didn't match. So,
Right. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. And I got a fuck it attitude.
Yeah.
Fuck it, Fuck it. Do your own fucking computers, then. Don't ever call me for fucking help. And it might have been a disservice to me, but I don't think so. Because computers don't grow on vines. You know what I'm saying? You can't plant a mouse field so that you can grow mice for your computer. Like, none of this is natural. None of it.
Wait a minute. Since when can't you do that? When did that happen?
In the dark of night, Larry.
Oh, damn it. Is that, oh. You mean I got to wake up to see and smell the coffee?
Yeah.
Damn it. So I wonder where everybody is today.
Well, it's in a hump day. Yeah. It's hump day, Larry. It's hump day. So
I wish I'd be humping on this day.
I was waiting for you to. Gosh, shit. Oh dear. I know I have to in an hour or two go to town, get some water. I really hope this bank issue is not hitting home.
Yeah, that's just fucked up when people can fuck with your money like that and there's really not anything you can do about it.
Well, there used to be.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a lie too, right?
Yep.
God dang it. This bait and switch bullshit. I wish more people would just look up bait and switch and tell me whether or not you believe this fucking country didn't pull that bait and switch bullshit. Long con. That's called, huh?
We have nothing to worry about. Biden's taking care of everything. He's going to make sure those banks are secure. He's going to make sure that all the money we need and ever want is going to be there for us.
I'm going to let go of this little nugget of truth I learned. And God, I'm so aggravated about it. So I watch a channel called Squirrel Tribe.
Okay.
She does a lot of research. If I were younger, I'd be like right next to her doing that kind of research type of person. And she was giving us the ins and outs of this bank thing and the dates and times that these things happen. So Biden talked on Friday, but all this shit started at least on Wednesday. And on Wednesday, all the investors took their money out of the bank. And I say investors because we're talking about over $40 billion taken out of that initial bank. So if you're asking me what's causing the crash, they had that specific bank had a $2,000 bill due. and they were liquidating their stuff to pay that bill. It scared the investors and the people who have money in that bank. So they went and pulled all their money out. That's what caused this chain reaction. So when Biden comes out on Friday and says, don't you worry, guys, you're going to get your money back. It's the investors who lose here. It's their
Yeah.
investment to lose, not yours. Was
Uh-huh.
talking straight bullshit out of his
Oh, yeah.
freaking mouth because they've already taken the money out. And who's the one losing, Larry?
Us.
Exactly. And now, wait, it gets better than that. Okay, so the federal government said between Wednesday and Friday, hey, this one bank here, oh, no, we can't let that one go down. If that one goes down, the whole financial system goes down. Not my words. These words come from the federal government. So
Yeah.
I'm like, Signature Bank? I used that bank in New York. Man, that was a really small bank. This does not make sense. How is
Yeah.
this little small bank the catalyst to whether the financial system makes it or breaks it? Well, then I'm watching Dabu77 yesterday, and he puts up a list of the top 10 banks in the United States. You know what bank is not on that list?
Guess what? Signature. Yeah.
So you're telling me that the feds had to step in to this really small bank? You're trying to blame cryptocurrency, but because cryptocurrency is cryptic and hard to track, none of us can confirm or deny that until they slip stupid words out of their stupid mouth.
Right.
And that's that's what Biden did. He went up there. Somebody had their hand like way up his ass. They're moving his mouth, and they fucked up because people are smart. People are smart. The bank, ever people that are noteworthy have come out with this truth. And I just pick up on shit real quick, and I'm like, wait, say what? No, I don't think so. How is investors justifying taking more than $40 billion out of a bank? And then within 48 hours, the feds don't step into that bank. The feds step into this little tiny bank on the opposite shore.
Yeah. Well, and
I'm like,
the biggest thing too is we all, understand to a certain extent that how banks work. We keep our money in there, they use it to invest it for home loans and so on and so forth. But most people didn't realize for a long time they could use 90% of our money, whatever we had in the bank, as to make money with.
yeah.
Now they can use 100% of our money. So therefore, basically, say if I put $1,000 in the bank, they can use that whole $1,000 of mine. So therefore, where's my $1,000?
Not in your freaking hands.
Exactly my point.
And I'm telling you, this is, it's bad enough to live in a country created upon violence, created upon theft, created upon all the bad words, okay? Less than 250 years. This year, we're at the 247-year mark. So in less than 250 years, they've bait and switched over 300 million people. And what are they going to do when shit hits the fan? They're going to go into their bunkers. They're going to go into their mountains. They're going to go out of this country, which we've seen so many do. I don't know what is in the future for us. I can only guess by the evidence from what I know, right? And even that may not all be true, but to mix your own personal instinct with all of that information, and you get an ugly picture.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like this video Wolf Lady was watching last night. It had to do with our borders and how Biden, opened up our borders. Well, the biggest problem is like the sheriff was saying is this one hospital, because of the borders being open, they had like, oh, I don't know, let's just say $20 million deficit because the federal government is saying, oh, it's not our problem. You got to handle it. So therefore, what happens is now, since the hospital owes all this money, they got to try to make it back somehow. So now for yesterday, it cost me $100 to go to the hospital, but today it's going to cost me $300 to go to the hospital because they got to make up for that $20 million they spent out of their pocket to take care of all these illegal aliens.
Because somewhere along the line in the beginning, someone said you can't sue the federal government. I want to know what pig pen they got that hogwash out of.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Because the minute I heard that as a young child in school, knowing already what I knew about the system,
Well, the
I was,
biggest thing for me is how come I can be held responsible for my actions, but you can't?
that's what hit me. That's
Yeah,
exactly what hit me. Because we're growing up during the period where the parents are really browbeating us with our own personal responsibility over their responsibility, over the school's responsibility, over the doctor's responsibility. You know, they're literally making children more responsible than they should be. And that
right.
befuddled me as a child because I wasn't given skills. I wasn't taught by my parents. So when I got the same treatment, it wasn't like I was well prepared for it.
Right.
And to say I can't go back, okay, so the system left us with our parents. That our parents took us out of state and 3 months later brought us back in to the same town, to the same school district. And the system didn't do anything until like 5 months later. There was a flood, and we were forced to go to a shelter, the flood shelter. And when we signed in there, okay, so just FYI, everybody, the state wound up looking at that list of people and seeing that I was there with my mother and father. So then they're like, oh, now we found you. Okay, Mrs. If you don't get rid of the Mister, then we're going to charge you too with child abuse. So again, they're compromising with abusers and left us there. And then, wait, if that's not bad enough, 2 years later, my mother leaves us with our father. She was mentally abusive, he was physically abusive. And then the state supported him in suing my mother for child support.
Yeah.
All that happened in a 3 to 4 year span. And you're telling me that the people that run this shit show are such fucking idiots that they can't put 2 and 2 together?
But you forget 2 and 2 doesn't equal 4 anymore.
Yeah, have you ever like got a chance to see how they do the fucking new math now, Larry?
I've heard, I haven't actually seen it, but that, from what I understand, like I said, 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4. You got to do the 2 plus 2 and then the -1 plus 6 minus 10 plus 9 plus 4 to get that number to begin with that you could have done just with 2 plus 2.
Exactly. But we're not supposed to question it. We're not supposed to say, why would you? We're not supposed to say this way that I learned is better. None of those things are allowed in a free country.
Yeah.
Shit, every time someone says that word free, you're using the right beginning letter, the F, because fuck you, it's free.
Yeah.
I ain't never come across something that didn't have me signing my freaking John Hancock, telling my freaking details of my life. You know what I'm saying? All these
Right.
things, these quote unquote programs, even the goddamn churches, the whatever religious freaking buildings, they all have you signing a freaking John Hancock to get these things. And it just weirded me out, like what the difference would have made. So you help 10 John Does. They can't give you anything back. They can't repay you. Why do you need their name, their address, their phone number, how much they make? You know what I'm saying? How much their rent is? How come you need to know all that information to feed people? Where does that information go?
Well, I
Why?
think that's another. That's, I
Go ahead.
think, another reason why they want us to go all digital for a few reasons. One, so they can know exactly where we're spending all of our money. They can know, like, exactly if we pay some kid, to come mow our lawn, and now we gave him $20. So wait a minute. So that means now this kid has a business, and he isn't giving us our money that we're supposed to get. So now we got to go after them because they're not paying us to do what they want, and it's just a big vicious circle.
Yeah, one year my husband was working as a truck driver. Something happened within the company, and we were struggling to get his W-2s to file his taxes because it was like an independent contractor kind of work.
Right.
And after like 2 or 3 months, we weren't even getting answers to our phone calls. And it turns out that the owner had died. So us not wanting to stir the pot or like whatever, like the federal government can wait. I mean, we had 2 children, so we were in no doubt not in the owing center of this, right?
Right.
So maybe like 2 or 3 years later, he did get a letter in regards to, hey, we're missing such and such taxes from such and such year.
Right.
But no threats, Larry. Like no of these big, you better file your taxes, none of that. And my husband and I were talking like, why is that? And I said to him, they owe you.
Yeah.
They were sending like, hey, friendly reminder, knowing it was probably going to be blown off, so that now, hey, we told you that you didn't file your taxes and we knew that we owed you money, but since you didn't do it, now we don't have to pay you, kind of thing. But man, owe them 5 cents. Owe them
Exactly.
5 cents and see what happens to you.
And if you don't pay it today, you're in big trouble.
If you don't pay 5 cents today, you're going to owe 500 next week.
Exactly. Yeah. And
But
what's the
don't.
saddest? The
Go
saddest
ahead.
part too is I was looking at. You only can make a little over $15,000 in the year 2023 before you're supposed to pay taxes. You tell
Uh-huh.
me who in the hell can live off of 15 grand a year and afford to pay taxes? There's no fucking way.
Wait, I gotta tell you this. I gotta tell you this because it hit me like a brick shit house. They're trying to say, hey, if you can't make a lot of money, don't pay taxes, $15,000. And like you said, where are you even going to find a job that pays that minimum? Number one. But here's the thing. Our teenagers can get jobs that pay that much. So they're literally saying, hey, we're giving you something that we already gave you, that most of the teenagers utilize because why? We can't tax them.
Yeah.
Right? They can't tax the teenagers. It's very specific, and in every state, there's very specific rules about teenagers working. The amount they can earn, the timing. Like some states, they won't allow minors to work past 9 p.m., things like that. So
Right.
when they say like, well, you could get $15,000 and not get it taxed. Yeah, we know. But those jobs have teenagers in them. They're definitely not going to put an adult in a teenage job, right?
Yeah.
And part-time jobs, even part-time jobs pay more than that now. So they're giving you something that you're never going to be able to use that is really only for the teenagers because they can't be taxed, but they want you to grovel at their feet like they gave you a gold bar.
You see, that's the problem with me is, our like I said, you're supposed to start paying taxes after the 15 grand. Well, I make, a little over 18 grand a year. So therefore they think, oh, well, since I'm making 18 grand, that must mean I'm rich. So
Right.
therefore, that's why you only get, $35 in food stamps, and it costs you $300 to go to a doctor, and
Mhm.
this, that, and the other thing, because you're a rich man now.
I remember getting up to it was 1994, 1995, 1996 area. I worked for a dentist. I made $6 an hour. And when I asked for a raise, I had to write a paper
Oh my God.
justifying why I think I deserve the raise.
Yeah.
I'm a writer, so bing, bam, boom, here you go, boss. The boss was like, wow, wow. He gave me $1 an hour raise, which back then was enormous.
Right. Right.
It's usually 25 cents. Factories will give you a dime raise and call it a raise.
Right.
And the funny part is, I earned $40 extra a week. That's $120 a month. And they completely took away all the food stamps. I was only
Yeah.
making $7 an hour. And the rule of thumb in business is you need to pay your rent with your first paycheck of the month. If you're not paying your rent with the first paycheck of the month, then you're living beyond your means,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So my rent was $600. I didn't pay that with my first check of the month. And then they're going to take away my food stamps. So now I have to choose between food and rent.
Yeah. That's how
That
they
was
screw every time. It's like every year, yeah, we get a little yearly raise, but let's say they gave us, $50 raise in cash. So now that means since we gave you $50 in cash, we got to take $100 away from you in food stamps. So you're still $50 behind what you were to begin with.
exactly like when I paid my mortgage off. I didn't even get the time to inform the systems that I paid my mortgage off before I got papers in the mail saying something's changed in your household and now we're redoing the budget. And
Yeah.
they took money from my son. They took money from the food stamps. There's a third place. Where the hell was it? I'll remember, but there was a third avenue where they took money from. And when they did that third last time, I lost my shit. I called Social Security, his caseworker, my caseworker. I called Social Services, his caseworker, my caseworker. Like, I'm not even playing. You guys want to do this? I demand a new redetermination. No, I will not file an appeal. No, I'm not going to fight you and your stupid decisions. I demand a redetermination based on two facts: inflation, and the system did a redetermination without asking me if anything has changed.
Right.
So now I'm telling you things have changed and you're forced to do a new redetermination. They hated me, Larry. They absolutely hated me, all of those people. But they did it because they knew I was right. And after, let's see, it happened in February. So by August or September, I finally had it all corrected. Vincey got all his money back that that they deem him to deserve. The food stamps got corrected. And I just want to tell people, fight them bitches. They're doing it, counting on the fact that people won't fight back.
Right. I want to say good morning to Nubs. He's in chat. And you see, they used to do that shit to me all the time when my twins were born, because they were born 3 months premature. So when they were born, they were automatically put on Social Security. And,
Right.
and since I was working, they're like, oh, well, every month you need to report your wages. So we know how to adjust accordingly. And so every month I tell them how much I make. And it never fail. About, half the year in, they'd say, oh, well, you made too much money, and that means we overpaid you. So now you owe us this. Okay, then I'd say, well, that seems kind of weird because I've been telling you all along how much money I make, so why didn't you adjust that accordingly at the time? And then about 2 months later, they'd go, oh, wait a minute, we figured wrong. You didn't actually pay us or make too much money. We didn't give you enough money, so then they'd give us back all that money that they took in the first place, and it was just a big revolving game, just like that,
Mhm.
never ending.
Absolutely. Listen, my kids, when they were minors, got money because I am on my disability through the work credits. So when that happens and you're on disability through work credits, you have minor children, they get a certain percentage. So each of my children got $100 a month to help with their needs because I'm disabled, right?
Right, right.
That January came along. It was the same January that my daughter turned 18. She lost hers, $100 a month, because she turned 18.
Right.
That $100 a month was supposed to go to my son. So when I bitched him out and made him do a new redetermination on all of the case, all of it, Social Security, Social Services, the whole 9 yards, they're telling me they don't have to give him that $700 or $800 of underpayment, that he should have been receiving that extra 100. He should have been getting $200 a month from me, just me. And they washed over that. I should have gotten two different underpayment checks. And they
Yeah.
completely act like, no, no, don't, no, no, no. You should have reported it. Wait, wait, one goddamn minute. You changed my finances before I could report them. And you're literally turning your shit around and telling me that I made the mistake?
Yeah.
Oh, hell to the no. We've been waiting for my son to turn 18 since the trouble started. And man, I'm not even going to play. October 31st is the day after his 18th birthday. And this mama's going to go balls to the wall. I'm not playing with you. Here's all my evaluations, because next month we're taking him to a specialist center for Down syndrome. We're doing this ahead of time, so we are not getting no bullshit, because he turns 18 in what's this, 3, 6, 7 months. I'm going to slap that paperwork down and be like, I don't play. You give him his full Social Security, because we as parents now have to charge our kids with rent, because that's what the system says, right? If we don't charge our son rent, then they will not give him his just due in Social Security. So, all right, you picked the wrong person, because I learned how to play the game before I call your game bullshit. I learned the ins, the outs, the rules, everything. I learned the things you don't want me to know about your goddamn game.
Well, and what gets me the most too is, like, they try to act like, when they do this, oh, you got to do your yearly update or whatever. They say, oh, well, we take into account how much you pay for rent. We take into account how much you pay for lights. We take into account for how much your cable bill is, your phone bill, yada, yada, yada. And then you give them all this information, and then they're like, wait a minute, where did you account for all these expenditures? I don't see no credit for you saying that you're giving me credit for this, but yet I'm not getting any credit. And now I got less money than I had to begin with.
And it's all a goddamn numbers game. Like, let me show you this thing right here. It's all a freaking numbers game. This is my son's January paper. And the first number is the most SSI money the law allows us to pay you. And the total income we count. So child support is not an income to the child. It's an income to the parent.
For the child.
For the child. Why are they counting it in his income? Right? Because that's the only way they came up with that number. He gets $200 of additional benefits from my disability. So that means total income we count of the child, that number should only be $200.
Right.
Because any other monies that come into the household to be used even on him is considered my funds. Like, I know how the goddamn system works. So you're right, Nubs. It's definitely going to be max rent because of where we live and the services he needs. That number's going to be pretty high. And I'm not even going to try and fight with someone about it because, hey, there's that's it's all right, bud. But they use it on his Social Security form to justify not giving him monies.
Yeah.
And what the hell is that? It says we only count 2/3 of the child support. Wait, what? And
Well,
you
the
want
thing
to
that
let me just give you this number real quick, and let it just hit everybody else like the brick shit house that hits me. 166.66 is 2/3 of $250. $166.66. I mean, that right there, just that number confirms what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with word salad and numbers salad. And here's your justification paperwork that we can prove to you that you don't deserve what you think you deserve.
Well, and the biggest problem is Social Security says, because when like my kids were on disability, they said, okay, you've got to spend 1/3 of their check on their rent cost. You got to spend 1/3 of their check on their clothing, food, whatever cost, and then the other third is supposed to be for their luxuries. Okay, now the problem is once you turn 18, where in the fuck are you going to be able to find rent for $200 or $300 a month to house yourself for this third of your check that you're supposed to have to spend on rent?
Larry, the reason that they only give you 1/3 is because you're talking about a supplement, not the whole thing. The system itself was not designed for people to be on it. It was designed to be on it temporarily. So
yeah, but
basically,
the problem is you can't. Once you're on Social Security, you can't work, and the only way you can survive is to work and to have
I understand.
money.
I understand.
So therefore,
the system's broken. I'm not going to disagree with you there. But what I'm saying, though, is the reason, here's what it boils down to. We're both right.
Yes.
And because we're both right, there's a drastic problem because the system's not designed to be on it full time, but the system won't allow you to not be on it full time.
Yeah, exactly.
So therefore, you have a break. And I have a piece of hair in my mouth. As far as child support is not. I could be wrong. Do your research, but child support is not income.
Look. Let me just
go get the
put it
definition
exactly
from the state, though.
What's that?
Is what I'm saying. Go get the definition from the state. Find out where they defined those words from.
Federal. This is federal.
Okay, so syntax the document.
This is how we figured out my son's name, payment for March 2023.
Right. Hear me out, though. Do you know what syntaxing is?
The word usage.
Yes.
Okay,
and
I'm going to read it to you
placement.
verbatim. I'm going to read it to you verbatim.
Okay.
Child support payment of $250. We only count 2/3 of child support. And where are we counting it? His income other than SSI. It's not his goddamn income.
It's not income. That's why I'm saying get
but
that word definition.
But it's not his goddamn income. It's my income.
Right. And why
is it on his goddamn paper?
That's what I'm saying is you need to go get those definitions and have them come up with those definitions, and then they will destroy themselves because of their own words.
Well, that child
Do you get
support does.
do you get
I
what I'm
understand what
saying
you're
though?
saying, but that child support is not an income in a way of continuation. The minute he turns
It's
18, it's like a job. He loses it.
it's not an income at all.
And yet here I have these forms from my goddamn government that keeps switching the rules up so that we can't make proper educated decisions.
That's
Because
why I'm
I was
saying get
under
them
the
on their
same freaking
definitions.
assumption. What's that?
Get them on their definitions. Get the assumptions and the presumptions out of the way. You say
Well, this is where,
say
okay,
something.
no, you're right. You're absolutely right, Nubs. But this is, I'm going to tell you where we're at since what happened in 2020. What they implemented, what they used the vid for as an excuse to shut down their facilities. So you can no longer just walk in.
Mm-hmm,
You have to call for an appointment
mm-hmm,
ahead of time, regardless of the issue.
mm-hmm,
And now they've now put a great big cement barrier of communication.
mm-hmm.
So this is what I'm saying. When I called, this just happened last year about paying off my mortgage. And when I called them to say, oh, no, you guys can't do this, it was a 6-month fight.
Uh-huh.
So that's why I tell, I was talking to Larry about it, and I want other people to hear, like, the whole reason they do what they do is because they anticipate that 3/4 of the people that read the same thing I just read will not fight it.
Absolutely. If not more. And that's
If
why I'm
not,
saying when you fight it with their words. You cannot go into their house with your rules.
right.
But you can
Believe me,
go in.
I beat the system fighting it with their own words. I made the
Right.
system walk away with their butt hurt when it comes to fighting with me. So I totally get what you're saying.
Right. And child support is not income. If anything, if it's Vince's income, then that means that Vince has a job.
Yes.
And that's a whole nother can of worms that you should open up.
Actually,
Because
I
if
have
Vince
such
has a
control of
job,
the
then
can
there's
of, what's that?
well, the reason that I'm saying that is because if he has a job, that means there's taxable income and the tax needs to be attributed to the right places.
Well, we
But
make
that's only with
sure
the
it
job.
does, but not by the help of the system.
No, what I'm saying though is if he has an income, that means he has a job. If he has a job, that means he needs to pay taxes, right? According
Yeah.
to the system,
Right.
right? So, where are the hours worked? Where is the ledger of hours worked for that job? And where are the taxes coming out for that job? Because if they set up the paperwork, then they should have set it up correctly, right?
No, well, that's what I was going to tell you is I'm very much in control of how things go. So I live in a state where they being my husband, my daughter, and her husband were my co-signers. So I could have them on the land and not be consider them part of my household because we all live in campers and stuff, right?
Right.
So I held them to that, to the T. So Vince is on his own part of the property, upholding his own homestead. I mean, upholding his own house, so to speak, upholding his own things, pays his own bills. I'm in my own thing, paying my own bills. So I forced them, number one, to accept that we live on the same land. And you will not put our finances together. Our finances are not together.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we've learned to have to work it for a couple reasons, but it works, and it works for us.
Right.
But we've lived in states where like, well, no, we're not going to let that. And even if he, like when he was a truck driver, he would say, he'd be home 2 or 3 nights every 6 or 7 weeks.
He is not a resident.
Well, if anyone stays in your house for a certain amount of time, we're going to have to claim that money. And I've lived in states that have done that shit. So when I got here, I'm like, fuck no, that's not, no, absolutely not. So I held it to the coal and I made them accept it for the way I chose it to be, which is my finances are over here. My daughters and her husbands are over there.
Right.
And my boyfriend, because that's what I called him, my boyfriend, he's over there.
Right.
You want to come
Let me
out there
ask
and
you
check?
this. Have
Go
you
ahead.
ever heard of what is it? General delivery?
Yeah, we use that a lot.
General delivery is how I receive and send out mail. I am not a resident of this city.
Oh, got you.
A resident is a thing that is defined.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not a thing and I'm not defined.
Mm-hmm.
I am domicile. I'm where I belong.
Right, right.
You know, and I have a rental property that I rent, and they have been after me for years now because it doesn't look like they want it to. Well, the problem with that is my mess is in my own backyard. There are 2 people that can see it, my 2 neighbors. 3 people, actually. Excuse me. They're my 3 neighbors. They're 3 neighbors that border the lake. I do not border the lake. Their
Mm-hmm.
house is about 7 of mine.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're after me. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I'm still free
Yes.
after 3 to 4 years of dealing with this and telling them where the fuck to go and how the fuck
Mm-hmm.
to go there. They've put out warrants for me. They've done all sorts of different things. And when those warrants come in, I say, hey, let's roll. I'm not even a resident. I'm domicile. I'm transient. How can I have all of these responsibilities as a resident if I'm transient?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they say, well, you have
And
rental
like you
property.
like we're agreeing, these things happen, and yes, it has invaded now the private life sector, where even in the private life, as you're saying, they're trying to control those decisions made there and force us into a square peg into a round hole. And we have arms. We have arms and we have mouths that prevent that. And you can push back. I don't know where humans have accepted the notion of not pushing back. I don't understand that. As a survivor, the second
Fluoride.
I got a chance to push back, I pushed and I pushed hard, because I wanted to feel and embrace my own personal power. And it's
You're
confusing to me
roboting.
to just, oh shit. Wait, here we go. Is that better?
We're talking about things that are way too far beyond.
Yes. Yes. And it's so
I'm going to leave
frustrating.
and come back.
All right.
Am I borging out to you too, Larry?
No, you sound fine for me.
So it might be your signal nubs. Because God forbid we talk truth. God forbid we inspire people to speak up in their own life.
Well, you see, I think the biggest problem is why most people don't fight over it is they want us to believe that they are here for us and they only have our best interests for us, but they actually don't have any interest or any want to help us in any way. They want to keep us fighting. They want to keep us down in the dirt. They want to. So therefore, when we're down in the dirt, we're always, please help me. So they're our savior, basically. Oh, save me, you great
It's even
government.
worse than
Save
that.
me.
I believe it's a setup. Let me just tell you this story. My son had it was weird. There were like goosebumps on his forehead. I never
Yeah.
seen goosebumps there before. So I'm like, what the heck? What's going on? So I took him into his pediatrician. It was the weekend of Thanksgiving, and it was a Saturday, and the pediatrician herself wasn't there, but assistants were. And this assistant took a sterile swab out of one sterile package and then went to the second package, opened it up, put those two sterile swabs together. If you know
Okay.
anything about the medical field, that's a no-no.
Right.
That's an absolute no-no. These tools are not supposed to touch each other. Like in a
Right.
surgical
Not
area,
supposed to
there's
touch
a
nothing.
reason why they're lined up with an inch between each other, right?
Right.
So I'm waiting for the results of this test. This happened on a Saturday. On Monday, I get a call from a police officer. I want to speak to the parent of yada, yada, yada. You're speaking to her. What is it? Because now I'm on alert.
Yeah.
Well, we've been sent a referral from Dr. Such and Such. And now I'm really sitting up because I distinctly remember what that goddamn assistant did with them sterile swabs, and it didn't feel right in the moment. And now something really is going on, right?
Right.
I'm literally called down to the precinct. She asked me, "Where are your children?" And I'm looking in the rearview mirror with me. Why? Well, we need you to stop down to this precinct. I walk in. There's already a social worker there. And I'm like, they're not telling me anything at this point. So they're like, can the kids sit with the social worker? They asked, but they didn't mean to ask. What they meant
Right.
to say was, your kids are sitting with the social worker.
Right. Right.
So I went in. The questioning was just jackassery. And I know this because of my own criminal justice training. Um, and I'm waiting for direction from this officer to perform her investigation. But what they did instead was, listen, we need your husband to stay away. And I'm like, what? Well, if you don't make him stay away, I have a judge on the phone that'll sign a warrant right now. And I was like, what the actual fuck? What do you got a warrant for? No, 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 no. I will do this. I will. If you jump the gun, just already know that I got a loud mouth. I will keep my husband away for 2 weeks. If this is what you're saying I need to do, and then you're threatening me, no, I'm gonna do it. Call it my husband. I can't tell you the details. The only thing I can tell you is our best move in this situation. So he's a truck driver. Stay at work for 2 weeks, and I'll be in touch. And when everything boiled down to it, they wanted me to go around to everybody we knew. They wanted me to do it. Ask them to take an STD test. You know what happens when you walk around your little community of family and friends and start asking everybody to take an STD test?
Yeah.
You start losing family and friends around you.
Right.
So they couldn't find anybody. They couldn't find nothing whatsoever. So I said, listen, I want a confirmation. I want that swab sent out and retested. And their words were, well, we can't do that. What do you mean you can't do that? Why can't you do it? Because the specimen is dead. Okay, I understood what I was up against in that moment. Because it doesn't matter if a specimen is dead, you can still test for its presence, dead or not, within that freaking specimen. So they had me like part of this CPS worker who's always visiting the house. And in the end, she says, it just looks like we were barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you going to go tell all
So
the
I
family
just
members and friends that I lost because you made me do an investigation that was not my responsibility to do? That was the officer's responsibility to do. When the officer sent me to the hospital to test the whole family, I got to the hospital. I told them what was going on. You know what they said? We don't have no protocol for that. Wait, what? People have been sexually abused in this country for hundreds of years, and you have no protocol for how to treat these situations because these officers are insinuating this is what's happening to my son. I want confirmation. I want double confirmation from the test and from this hospital. Hospital's like, we don't even know what to do. Go back to the health department. What do you mean the health department sent me here?
Yeah.
So I go to another hospital and I'm like, I need an oral swab on every member of the family. Can you do that? Is someone sick? Possibly. Then yes, we can do that. That's how I got the goddamn test done.
Yeah.
And you know what my son was? Negative.
Yeah.
I mean, between the doctor and the officer and the social worker, I can't tell you today if that happened or not.
Well, the thing that gets me the most with child protective services, for lack of better words, I've seen it happen over and over and over again personally, where there's a mother where these kids are living in just pure hell, pure filth, pure disgusting, pure abusive, every basically bad thing you could think of. And the people go there and, oh, everything looks fine. Everything's great. Have a nice day. And then they go into the next house and there'll be 3 dishes in their sink and their garbage will be half full. And, oh, we got to get the fucking kids out of here because this isn't acceptable. So it's like they take the kids from the parents that are doing, halfway good job. And then the people that where the kids should be taken away are left there.
Larry, I wish that story ended right there. But like this was happening when I was going through cancer as well. So we're coming up to the point where my last cancer surgery is within days. The whole family is stressed out. And we had an argument within the family. And the police were called. And who shows up was the silly bitch who was supposed to be in charge of my son's investigation. So they walk in. I have a bag of garbage in the kitchen because we had coyotes tearing up our trash. So we weren't putting it out there until the trash came. He gathered up all the trash, tied it up, and left it in the kitchen. Just giving you the visual. I'm standing by the fridge, and the officer turns to me and says, "What do you think caused this?" And I looked her dead in the face and said, "Since the investigation about my son never came to fruition, this family is still under a severe amount of stress because we think that something may be happening to a child, and we're alone. We're alone in us trying to figure it out because you guys aren't doing your job." That bitch called CPS on me again. And the same CPS worker came in, and I'm like, I don't mean to be rude to you because I know you're not doing it, but this is fucking bullshit. You're telling me that a bad investigation and a mom having cancer isn't grounds to show symptoms of stress? That your freaking officer is going to come in here and instead of helping the situation, she's actually making it worse. She's trying to get my kids taken away from me while I'm dealing with cancer. Are you freaking kidding me? And the social worker was just mortified. She
Sounds like deprivation of rights.
Seriously. And if I really wanted to waste my time in suing, I just don't think it would get anywhere. I fought, don't get me wrong, I fought hard and I have my kids. But goddamn, did they not set me up or what?
Al Gore rhythm did not like that.
For real.
Funny how that happens.
No, you have.
And listen, you were sitting there last night without a problem.
Like
Say that
Same
again,
fucking
Nubs?
spot. Same fucking spot.
Yes. Without no problems last night.
That is definitely, I would personally look into it if I were you, but if I were not you, I would definitely look into some legal counsel on that, because that is malicious intent. Like, there is maliciousness with her behavior. To get her out of from behind that badge would be a great service to humanity, not just towards your family.
I did it in a way of making phone calls to superiors of superiors of superiors. Like I just kept going until I got word of mouth that some ruckus was happening in the local state police barracks. Then I knew my phone calls hit the spot it needed to hit.
Do you
So
know
I
how many
won't take.
times?
Go ahead.
Do you know how many times I've had phone conversations? Like I'll see something really fucked up on YouTube, and I'll call. And I'll call that local precinct, and I'm polite. I have no reason to be an asshole. I'll
Right.
say something to the effect of, who is in charge of the media? I would like to talk to that human being immediately, please. Then they'll send me to a voicemail. I didn't ask. That's why I said specifically the human being. I'm not going to be put onto a damn voicemail to be ignored. So I call back. I've called back 40, 50, 60, 70 times. And guess what? They
Yes.
can't do a thing because I'm not malicious in my intent. I'm looking to
Mhm.
communicate with a person.
Mhm.
If they cannot handle their business, if they cannot handle their etiquette, if they cannot handle their decorum, that's not on me. And normally, by the time I had one situation where I called down to Texas, you're going to laugh. So I get off the phone. The guy hangs up on me like 6 times throughout the night. And what are you going to do about it? Well,
Right.
what am I going to do about it? The morning I called and I talked to his supervisors. And I said, it's commonplace in your business to do blah, blah. It's common to do blah, blah, blah.
Oh shit! Water
No,
bottles. aren't
that's
even
quite
working.
out of the norm.
Hey, when the phone
Finally,
calls
I
didn't
said,
work,
well,
go ahead.
oh, my phone calls tend to work because I call them on their shit. I say, all right, what's the policy? Okay, so it's
I
clear
only
that
give
your
that one
officer.
day before Nubs. I only give that a day to start working before I visit. I'm a in-person kind of person. Like when I had that trouble in Louisiana, and they wanted to charge me with truancy, even though it wasn't truancy because they were,
Yep.
it was malicious. It was absolutely malicious. So I'm like, I'm gonna be there tomorrow morning.
You're
So
gonna
you
love
better
this
be ready
one.
for me.
You're going to love this
Go for
one.
it.
So I got pulled over a couple years back. And the police, I didn't pull over immediately because it was during, well, in the past couple of years, we've had some craziness. So I pulled into a local gas station about an eighth of a mile, quarter of a mile, not far outside of the general pull-off. It wasn't an immediate pull-off. Well, during that time, I called the dispatcher because I wasn't doing anything. And I told the dispatcher that I was stopping at the local gas station so as to protect me and their officer from any discretionary issues. So we pull up and the officer comes walking up to the truck. And my son is in the truck at this point in time. And he comes up and he says, if you didn't pull off when you did, I would have had to pull up with my gun. I said,
Yeah.
sir, did you just threaten me with the people? Yeah. I said, sir, did you just threaten me? He's like, no. I was like, yeah, I think you did. You should really go ahead and get your supervisor immediately, as you don't have the common sense to understand that I'm not going to be pulling over on the side of the road when all this chaos is going on. You're nuts, especially when there's a much better option right up the road. Officer safety. I said, screw your officer safety. I'm looking out for my safety and the safety of my son. These are two things that I must do above and beyond anything.
Mm-hmm.
So he talks about how it's at his discretion and blah, 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 blah. And well, finally, there is no supervisor available. So I'm like, all right, dude, you're at a standstill. We're at a catch-22 because I'm not doing business with you. You're a piece of shit. So he gets a supervisor from another department to come out. The supervisor comes out. What's going on? Like, why the fuck am I here? So the situation gets explained and by both the officer and me. And after he's done talking to me, he's like, I really have no fucking clue why I'm here other than you needed a supervisor and this guy wasn't one. I was like, yeah, that's pretty much it. I was like, I'm not taking a ticket from this man. This man threatened my life, in not so many words. And quite frank and honest, I wasn't doing anything wrong or illegal. I have no loss, injury, or harm. And we're good. I'm done with this situation. I didn't get a ticket, didn't take a ticket, nothing. And I did want to push the issue though, because I was not okay with the way that this man was looking to treat people. If it would have been an old lady, it would have been the same manner, and just because it happened to be me, well, bad luck on you. So I walked into the police department that this man came from, or this officer came from, and I said, I'd like to speak to the chief of police immediately. Well, he just so happened to be standing there. And he said, oh, what's the problem? What can I do for you, sir? And I said, well, do you have a moment? This will probably take about 5 to 10 minutes at least, if not more. He said, yeah, come on. And he looks at his buddy, and it's his second in command, and we all go into the nice little office back behind the counter. And I explained the situation to them, and they're both sitting there on the other side of the table, and they're like, oh, well, yeah, it seems like that's kind of at his discretion. It really it's one of those things where, I wasn't there, so I can't make a determination, and it's really, it's kind of how you see it. If you see it as threats, then that, sure, but that's not how we see it. Okay. Okay. I got you on this. I said, well, statistically speaking, a man with a gun and a man with a knife are not equally matched. The man with the knife within 21 feet is much more apt to have control of a situation. And that's your perception based off of statistics. And I stood up and I turned around to walk away. And when I stood up to turn around and walk away, my knife showed. Well, at that point in time, I had a 3.5-inch raptor claw that, yeah, they didn't check me for. You could have heard a fucking pin drop. Perception.
Dude, that's hysterical.
That's perception.
That
Yeah,
is so
they didn't say
funny.
much, and I didn't get any phone calls, and nothing, not a damn thing was ever said about any of that whatsoever. Because the grand reality is I had control of that situation, not in a paper, not in legal, not in a purely in a physical situation. And I didn't take that control. I have no malicious intent. I have no aggravation or no ill will towards a man with a piece of metal on his chest. I don't give two fucks.
Right.
But it was sure fun.
Yo, I got a story to tell you too. So you know how through the vid years, the DMV and stuff were closed down, and people's registrations and stuff were delayed, renewal licenses and everything. Well, my registration got caught in the mix of that. So every time I tried to go do it, they would shut the office down for one reason or another. And I recently had an issue with ranchers up here on my land. And I didn't send the officers away happy. So I'm going through town one day, and we come in one end of town, but Walmart and other facilities are clear on the other end of town. We get all the way over to Walmart. I get out the truck to go into the store. The hubby and the son were left in my truck. And out of nowhere, an officer walks up to the window. We're like right at the 6 months into the vid shit, and people are just starting to move. And he walks up to the vehicle out of his officer's car with a mask in hand and says to my husband, "You know the plates are out on this thing." And he's like, "You're talking to the wrong person. I'm just a passenger, and she's in the store right now." "Well, you need to tell her to get this taken care of." And Vince was just like, whatever. Like, he doesn't even feed into that shit. So, whatever, I'll tell her, and rolls his window back up. I come out, and first my son is visibly upset. So I look back, like, "What's wrong, bud?" And he's like, the cop, he yell, yell, yell. And I'm like, "What?" And I look at my husband, and he's like, "Yeah." And he told me the whole story as I'm getting in the driver's seat. So I'm sitting in the driver's seat as he's ending the story, and I look up, and the officers must have been following me through Walmart because they're walking right to their vehicle, and they're looking directly at me, and they go like this. Mm, 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 I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right." So
Yeah,
we get in.
there's one indicator that I give them when I see the two fingers. I give them the one that fits in between. Go fuck yourself.
Normally I would, but my son was already upset. So I was kind of, I restrained myself for his
I
sake.
get it. You're definitely in a different situation than I am. My eagerness would probably cause harm.
And I have been eager. Don't get me wrong. So we drive back through the same town to go home. We stop at the gas station. We only had one stop to make at Walmart. Must have been dog food or something. And the cop follows me all the way through town. So I'm getting pissed at this point because I'm not even thinking about the rancher situation. That was months prior. So I get home, I call up the sheriff's office, and I say, "Hi, I need to speak with someone with a situation I just had with an officer." And of course, they all act nice. "Oh, sure, sure, sure. You can speak to me." So I told them what happened. And I put in things like, "Listen, I didn't put the rule for the mask wearing out there, but I'm saying your officer walked up to my vehicle where we're not required to wear a mask in our vehicle with a mask in hand and stood 2 feet away from my husband and son with little regard for their safety. Now, I'm only using your rules that you all set out there. I just so happened to get the very officer that was doing that to me on the telephone. This man starts screaming at me, and I mean screaming at me, to the point where I actually had to hang up the phone. So I'm like, "All right, you want to double down? We can do that." I called the frickin' district attorney's office. I said, "What is a citizen supposed to do when they have a legitimate complaint? They call the sheriff's office up. They don't get the supervisor who they're supposed to be talking to, who they've asked to talk to. The person who answers the phone is the very officer that you have the complaint about. So what do you do when they start screaming bloody murder at you?" And she's like, "What? What? Are you serious? You know what? Let me call you back." So she called, apparently, the sheriff's office. She calls me back and she says, "Lieutenant so and so should be calling you. This is not the person you had trouble with, and the situation should be settled from there." And they just did the cookie cutter, yes, yes, no, you're right, that shouldn't have happened, blah, blah, blah. We'll talk to them, yada, yada, yada. But that's all I could do. If I went any further than that, that would be impeding my life, and that would be putting a bigger target on me because I guess this is the area in which I moved into where some of this behavior is socially acceptable. Moose, where are you driving to?
I'm driving to Memphis. I'm going to
Oh,
get me some barbecue.
Gonna get some Graceland influence.
I'm gonna go learn how to shake, rattle and roll, shake.
But the biggest question is, are you going to have some blue suede shoes on?
That is a good question.
That's a terrible question. Why would anybody wear blue suede shoes if they're a man?
Damn, those things are loud.
Your train's here, Larry.
No way. What was your first clue? Because I'm still clueless over here.
Mush is making me green with jealousy. Look at the greenness.
Yeah.
Looks cool though, except that white line through the sky. Other than that, it looks cool.
Oh, that's perfectly normal. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's just exhaust, right? It's just gonna dissipate. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. That's just plain exhaust up there.
Dude, the first time someone told me or tried to get me to believe that explanation, my brain's like, how can that be? Because when you look at air traffic, we shouldn't even see the blue sky if all those airplanes emitted those quote unquote exhaust fumes.
Well, the biggest thing is I've seen like over where my son lives, they go over and they do that damn trail thing over his house. There'll be like 5 lines, right? And within an hour, those 5 lines will take over as far as you can see.
Or the big X in the sky. That one's always fun.
Sky, as far as you can see, will be nothing but these fake weird clouds.
Mm-hmm. Hey, wait! I got a picture. Well, I gotta remember to put it up there one day. I got a picture. You see the plane going, right? You see the exhaust line behind it, and then all of a sudden you see it like take this left, and I'm like, did he forget his wallet? Like, let justify that one for me. This left turn in the middle of the sky. Come on. I wouldn't want to be on a plane that made a left turn that quick.
That's your, like, instead of going to Disneyland, you can just hop on a plane.
I'm so glad to have not fallen for the tricks of these amusement parks. Like, I went to them and quickly realized the scam.
So this is kind of weird. You know how my thing said 0 people in my chat all day? Well, I just went and looked on YouTube, and right now it says on YouTube there's 3 watching, but on StreamYard it says 0, and I just refreshed the YouTube too.
That's funny.
Here, I might leave and come back. I'm gonna refresh this page and see if it changes.
All right.
Nope, it's still 0.
Still 0. See, you know what? Speaking of numbers, this whole freaking number thing, playing with numbers, like I was showing with the papers and stuff. Boy, are we going to be shocked when we actually get the truth of what real life was supposed to be outside a system like this.
Do you really think we will ever receive the truth? I don't think we will.
Yes. It might not be in these meat suits, but I believe we will get the full story.
I don't know.
Because hindsight's 20/20 too. So how many situations have you been in that years later you look back upon it and you learn something else different, right?
Yeah.
So maybe after death you get like a hindsight type of truth, where you can look back and see the real scenario for what it is.
Oh yeah, once you're become pure energy, then things I'm sure will be a lot different. But I'm just saying, in this meat suit that we're in, I don't think they'll ever let us know the whole truth. Because if they do,
Unless it breaks, no, you're right. Unless it breaks, we're not going to know the truth in human form.
well, I think
But if
even
the system, huh?
I think even let's say if our whole country collapses tomorrow, we're gonna know some things and some things will be let out, but I don't think the whole truth will ever be let out. They're never gonna say, yes, we did 9/11 and we did 9/11 because of this, and this is what happened because of 9/11, and it was all a plan. You know, I mean,
No, they'll
irregardless of
never let that cat out of the bag willingly. No.
irregardless of if they did or didn't, that's just my whole point of view. That there'll always be some part of the truth released and known, but I don't think all of the truth will never be released and known on how manipulated our whole society has been all along, but led to believe that we had free choice, led to believe that our votes counted, led to believe that we could change. If we don't like the way things are, we could just vote somebody else in, not knowing
Hmm.
that there is no difference. They're all paid off.
I mean, I think your spirituality brings you close to a knowing, almost like a sixth sense knowing of the truth. But details, I think they burned them details up before they ever gave them away.
Oh yeah, well it's like, do you know how many congressmen and senators and governors and so on and so forth, how many millions of dollars they made during sea time?
Hmm. A lot, and they don't want no
And,
one to talk about it.
and a lot of this is like some of the people invested in certain businesses, for lack of better words, before it all started. So, like, let's just say Pfizer's, we'll just use Pfizer as an instant. It has nothing to do with anything, of course, though.
Right.
Let's just say it was traded at $20 a share. We bought it at
Mhm.
$20 a share. And then all of a sudden next month, Pfizer says, oh, well, since there's this thing going around, we got to create this thing so we can make it all better. So now all of a sudden that same stock goes up to $40. Huh.
Hmm.
It's like I had prior information.
Hmm.
No, that couldn't happen. I mean, never mind. That was all. No, I didn't happen. Change the subject.
Hey, insider trading was a big thing when it was Martha Stewart. But now no one wants to talk about insider trading when investors go and pull $40 billion out of a fucking bank before it crashes. No
Yeah,
insider trading here.
yeah. Pelosi made something like $20 million or more than that in the last 2 years.
And now all of a sudden, yeah, it's funny how politics works because now all of a sudden there's a shift and she can be like, oh, sorry, bye, retiring.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we got to get out before the getting's good. Before everybody actually figures out what the fuck I've been doing and how I've been doing it. But are they all the same? They're all doing the same shit.
Yeah, I mean, for 2 years, Fauci was the public beating bag that was put out front, right?
Yeah.
Not that he didn't deserve it, but he was the public beating person for that time, like what I mentioned with Martha Stewart. There's always going to be one freaking public person that has to take the beating so that the system can keep on working.
Yeah, but nothing will ever happen to them.
That's what I say. Yeah, truth might come to us in different ways if the system crashes, if our great and ever almighty wants to about face and do something different, there might be a chance that we could come to that truth. But in my mind, I don't set myself up for that. Truth will come at me when I'm not in a meat suit and bound by human feelings.
Yeah, well, this whole thing that's been going on the last few years to me just in a lot of ways don't really make any sense, because it's like, why in the fuck, how in the hell can we think it's any good in any way, shape, or form to go against Germany and China at the same time, especially China, because I believe we get 90% of our electronics from there. So if we cut them off or go to war with them, how in the hell are we going to build any electronic equipment?
You know
I
what
can't see
befuddled me?
anybody. Oh, there we go.
You know what befuddled me in my research? Finding out that Xi Jinping and Tedros were in bed together in some kind of business venture in Ethiopia.
Wait,
And that was
wait. You're telling me that China is investing into Africa strongly?
strongly would be a light word, I think.
So in America, when we look at the tag, it says made in China. When they look at that same tag in China, does it say made down the road or does it say made in Africa?
We know what it doesn't say.
It doesn't say
It doesn't
made in
say
America.
made in America.
Right, right. This is true. So did anybody watch that speech done by the Orange Man?
Recently, no.
Wow. I'm very set in my ways as far as I understand that both the left wing and the right wing are just wings of the same bird. So let me preface my statement with that. What that man was saying, I could definitely see a man with a funny mustache saying.
Yes. Yeah.
Like the
I see.
same wording of things, etc. And I'm not saying they're the same kind of mentality, but I'm sure not saying they're not, because it's all part of that same damn bird.
Well, when you watch one soccer game, you've watched all soccer games, right?
That's just it. The ball goes into the net, and that's how you win.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
I
And
did
if it's
want to
worked
make
in the past, what are they going to do?
right. I did want to make mention. I did take a moment and Google if child support could be considered income. And the
Yeah.
way it works in Minnesota, obviously it's different in each state, but the way it works here is it cannot be added to your gross income as part of it for a couple of different reasons. One of those reasons is there's no guarantee you're going to get child support. If that father doesn't pay, that child doesn't get. Even though it's not the father's responsibility or the parent's responsibility to pay child support, if you look at actually how it works, you pay into a trust and then that trust pays the child support. So it's a little bit different, but needless to say, I would definitely be stickler on those wordings, because there's no way that that young man could have child support. He doesn't have a child. You're muted.
Exactly. And I'm glad that I had to do some paperwork to force me to read this other paperwork a little more closely. So I'm gonna okay, so you're telling me that the definition of child support changes with each state, and I understand that. My confusion is I'm dealing with a federal program. So
I would assume if it's on a state level at that, I would say that most likely the Fed and the state oblige by each other. They kind of have to.
Mm-hmm.
because you can't have one law that supersedes another law that supersedes another law back and forth between the agencies.
That's where I was going. Yes. Yes.
So if you can figure that part of it out, it's honestly, when I hear it, and I'm no fucking lawyer. I'm nobody. I'm just a fucking square on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah, seriously, my word is only as good as what you do with it.
Right.
However, with that being said, when you read that, and I don't know the whole situation, I don't know, there's a lot that I don't know, but just
Mhm.
on the top surface of the situation, I hear child support, and I think to the fact that I know that system is not necessarily set up to the benefit of the people. So anytime I hear that word or that group of wordings, I always go, wait a second, let's take a look at this because it's not there for us.
Right.
You know,
Listen,
one of the agreements when I got my divorce, one of the stipulations for me to sign that paperwork was no child support.
Mm-hmm.
And some would say, oh, well, you're a dog, you're a this, you're a that. But I didn't need somebody to tell me to pay for my child.
Right. See, when me and my husband had issues earlier in our relationship, and he went to go stay with his brother, he wanted to establish child support as like an easy way of moving money, right? And he wasn't really thinking in depth about getting involved with the system. So come that
Oh no!
December,
Don't ever
he got a
get
bonus.
involved with the man with the gun.
Right. Well, he learned quick because he got a bonus that Christmas. And he was thinking that would be awesome. She gets an extra check for Christmas. So he called me and he's like, did you get it? And I'm like, get what? Get the bonus. Bonus? What are you talking about? Well, they took child support out of my bonus check and that should go to you. So I'm like, well, when you come up to visit with the kids, we'll go to the stay Monday, we'll go to the child support office. So we went to the child support office and their exact words were, the state's already deemed that this is how much they get, this is how much they deserve, and they're not going to get any more than that. Well, what happened to my bonus money then? Well, that just goes into the quote unquote pot, right? So if 1 week you don't have the child support, it comes out, and we just didn't believe what she was saying. So we left that office, and he's like, all right, how do we get out of this? Oh, it's really super simple. Come on, let's go back in. We'll ask for the paperwork. We want to discontinue this case. We're going to keep control over where the money gets exchanged between us, which you can legit do. And that's what we did. And we've pissed off every agency that we've dealt with in the last 15 years because they want the form from the child support office. They want a copy of a check. They want some kind of proof. And I keep saying, no, I'm telling you what he's given me. So now, I think last year or the year before, they're like, well, we want it written. I'm like, well, it actually should already be in your files because when we took it out of the state's hand, Social Security asked us to write it down at both of us and get it signed. So it's legitly in the file. If you can't see it, that's not on me. But they still did omit it from doing the numbers of my son's case so that when a redetermination come around and I'd always report the child support, they'd say, wait, you didn't tell us that. Yo, this last time I'm like, before you get off the phone, I want you to look in my son's case and tell me if you see child support numbers in there. And she went to give me a problem. I'm like, I'm not letting you off this phone because it's being recorded. And I'm telling you, I've had this problem in the past. You guys keep omitting information. Then you come at me 6 months later telling me that you overpaid my son because you omitted information, not me.
Yeah.
And it still has to be paid back out of my son's money. So now I'm not going to let a redetermination go by without you reconfirming every single number you have written in your computer.
Yeah.
And I got super pissed at that, but she wound up doing it because she knew I was right. I'm getting sick and tired of the system. You know what? The system is like that narcissistic boyfriend that'll walk up to you and be like, "You're a stupid little bitch," and then kiss you on the cheek and make everyone think that he whispers sweet nothings in your ear. That's what the system is to me.
Yeah. That's like still to this day, I have $6,000 missing of child support. And it's like, well, what happened is I claimed 2 years taxes in a row. And they took all those tax money and supposedly gave it to my child, which so I did the same thing. I'm calling up, I'm like, you should be expecting like 10 grand or whatever, you know? And she's like, well, no, we got like 4,000 of this money. And so I called them up and they're like, oh, well, we can see this money is gone and we can see this money wasn't given to the child, but we're not sure where the money is. And I'm like, well, I think we should find it. And of course, it was never found.
Dude, the next bill collector that calls you, tell them that and see what happens.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
sent it to you. The check cleared. I don't know what to tell you. They'll turn your shit off in a freaking heartbeat.
Yep.
Oh man, that gets me hot. This
Like I
is
said
why,
earlier,
guys. This
it's
is
like you
why
said,
Go ahead, Larry.
I was going to say, it's like you were saying earlier, if you owe them money, they're like, you better pay today or you're going to jail. But if they owe you money, it's, oh, the check's in the mail and we won't come in your mouth.
And that's why I asked my family to live in a camper until we can build our own house.
Right.
I asked my family to not want electricity at the tips of our fingers so that we may self-sustain ourselves as we become successful in what we're doing. I asked them to do that because of everything we've talked about.
Right.
Because too many people have the control of too many lives in their stupid little fingers, pressing their stupid little freaking buttons, and they go home and they think that they're sleeping cool. But when they have the nightmare and they're like, man, why do I keep having nightmares? Because you're a stupid bitch at work that fucks people's lives up. You know, I'm
Yeah.
not even going to like beat around the bush anymore. I'm just so sick and tired of this system who is voluntary workers all the way across the board. They're voluntary workers screwing people's lives up and then acting like it's nothing but a thing.
You know what's weird is on YouTube, it doesn't even show me live. It says notification on, but it was scheduled for 5 o'clock this morning.
I noticed that too.
But yet there's 2 people watching. What the fuck
And
are
we
they
know
doing?
Nubs is in the freaking audience and you have 0, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're messing with the numbers. They want, this is, okay, whoever Larry's handler is like, we need Larry in a state of mind where if someone does something too kind to him, it's going to emotionally overwhelm him and he can't function. So how does that happen? Oh, 0. Let's put 0 here first. And in the beginning, it did upset you, remember?
Yeah. Yeah,
But you didn't quit, thank God. Huh?
Chuck even says it's not showing up live on his end.
So they're constantly doing things to try to trigger you. And that's why we wanted to make a circle around Larry, because no, motherfuckers, no. Hi, Linda.
You know what's funny?
Morning.
I never thought of that, but you are probably right because they know I take shit pretty hard sometimes, and they're thinking if I know that they're fucking with me, I'm gonna get all upset or whatever. But yeah, that's
You know
a good
how I
point.
know, Larry? Because I am a very good writer, and in the last year on YouTube, like, you know how you can drag your finger across your keyboard to spell the word and the word will pop up?
Yeah.
Okay, I use that because I type so fast that I just got to go that fast.
Right.
And before this past year, the words would pop up. No issue. Maybe a little bit of a spelling error. but something close to the word would pop up. Like the first
Right.
4 letters would match or something. Now I can hover my finger over the letter, make sure I'm hitting the right letter that I'm starting the word with, and spell the letter just like this. Instead of smoothly, I'm spelling the letter just like this, and it will come up with a word so far from what I
Yeah.
type
Yeah.
that it's not possible. Like I cannot wrap my head around it until I stopped for a minute and said, it's intentional. It's
Yeah.
absolutely intentional. They're absolutely trying to interrupt the flow of communication because our flow of communication brings light.
Right.
Their flow of communication brings chaos and darkness and bad things that hide behind the bushes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Bring light to the world. They said, no, you shall
Morning,
not.
Linda. How are you doing today?
I woke up to rain. It's raining. I'm good.
Raining, huh? There you go, talking that dirty 4-letter word
Yeah.
language. How dare you?
Did you see the babies?
Mary, 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 Mary. Hold on. Hold on. You are not following the protocol. You need to get with the program. You know, let me give you an example. Much like digging a hole, or 4 holes for that matter, approximately 12 inches around, 48 inches deep, and about 10 feet apart in a straight line, in a square pattern. That's what it's much like.
Yeah. Did you see me blurt out a laugh?
Life is like digging holes. It brings forth water when you're done digging holes.
Right.
I would merely say these things to merely advance you that much further, not for any other reason.
Right. Whereas what we're used to seeing and what we're talking about is a manipulation of other reasons.
It's ironic how it actually fit into the conversation. Nevertheless, I bet there's nobody that could accomplish that kind of task.
I don't know. I already got 20 holes started, about 10 of them finished. So
Not that wasn't suggestions for you. That was suggestions for others. You know, others.
Yeah.
Those that like to ignore banter from the internet are wise. However, they can have a shit-eating grin on their face.
Come out of the light.
Listen.
Tell her to dig the holes, Vince.
Don't say it too loud. You're gonna make my son go out there and do it for her.
Nah. Then I'd have to pay him.
Yo, I have videos and pictures of all of us out there on our hands and knees. Yeah, I actually have a little video. Sock saw what we were doing. So he came up to one of the holes and he's starting to try and dig with us. And I'm like, man, if you had rock grippers, I would so give you bacon every day if you dug my holes. But sadly, he only went about 2 inches.
I have, the meat forks that you use to break up meat for like pulled pork sandwiches and shit. Mm-hmm. I've used the metal ones of those for digging.
We've broken a couple household tools that were supposed to be meant for a household. Outside.
No, what I'm saying is when I've got into rocky territory, they work quite well.
Hey, I wanted to tell you that the reason that I'm using a hammer drill is because the thickness of the slate it's not breakable with a rock bar. So
I'm just
not
busting
by
your balls,
me.
Mary. I'm
Not
just busting
by
your balls.
me. So I chose to rather drill a hole
Hell yeah.
all the way, and break the drill holes with the rock bar, right?
Mhm.
To get a piece out.
Yep.
Than to try to do it any other way that would physically break me.
I'm just busting your balls. Like you're out there doing more than I'm doing. I envy what you're doing. I envy the ability that you have to use a hammer drill on your property. I don't have that.
Right.
So please don't take my banter as anything but banter. I'm just messing with you. Just like with the bet. You know, like I don't expect her to get out there and do that. It's just fun.
Right. And I do the same thing, really. And it really is like an icebreaker of tension, too. Like sometimes when we're at a grocery store or a gas station, we'll wait for my husband to leave the store. And then we'll like put our head out the window. Wait, hurry up already. You know, and he'll stop what he's doing, get an embarrassed look on his face, and like, I'm coming. You know, and like really like work into the joke.
Next time, or yell to him and say, "Hey, don't forget your preparation H."
Oh my God, I never thought about that. That's a really good one.
Or
this is our last stop out of town. Don't forget it.
Don't forget the anal lube. It's going to be a long night.
Or the tampons.
No, tampons, that's not, I mean, any real man will go get his old lady some tampons without a problem.
Yes. No,
You know,
he
like,
would
not
wait
even
until there was
embarrassed
an
about
old
it.
lady. Larry, he would wait till there was an old lady in front of us, like really old lady, like old school, old values. And he'll walk like in between the cars on purpose, turn to like look at me and be like, "Now stay in the car," just to see the look on this lady's face. You couldn't let him talk to you like that, and all she sees on my face is laughter. You know, I'm just laughing my ass off at him.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I hope that everybody that sees this understands what I'm saying.
Right.
There is definitely something to be said. Oh, I'll put it this way. As a man, the reason that I'm with the person that I'm with is because she's a great match. And the reason she's a great match is because she is obedient. And I'm not saying that word in the sense of I am her master. That is not what I'm meaning. That is not what I'm intending. What I'm saying is I do my role as the man, and she is obedient to the code of womanhood to fill her role as a woman. So when I say things like, she'll bring to me, we both deal with the finances. She deals with the application of the money. I deal with the acquisition of the money for the finances. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
She pays the bills because I give her the money to pay the bills. Well, she had mentioned about a bill the other day. And it was a bill that was past due. However, we had discussed it prior, and she didn't acknowledge that conversation. Okay. I had said to her, look, I've got the money. I've got the money in a check form. It needs to come to a cash form in order for us to pay the whole thing for them. Tell them that and postpone it. Well, she did it originally, and then the postponing didn't catch or something, and there was a disruption, and she couldn't understand why I was agitated. But once she got into the flow of, oh wait, we did talk about that. This is my job. This is what I'm supposed to be doing, all of a
Mhm.
sudden that obedience kicked in and all was smooth. And that's the extent of any of the arguments that we really have. It's me more saying, hey, enough, because this
Mhm.
isn't okay in my house. Because ultimately, I, as the man, see it as I am responsible for my house.
Right.
And any goings on that go on in my house, I am responsible for. So that means if my son's out there doing some dumb shit, well, I'm responsible for that dumb shit. If my dog goes
Mhm.
out and bites the neighbor dog, the first thing I'm going to do is go talk to the neighbor and hand him the cash that it took to deal with that dog. You
Right.
know,
Right.
like that is my response. I am the front face of my house. She has
Mhm.
acknowledged, she has accepted that she is part of my house. I am not part of her house.
Right.
Does that make sense? You know, so
Absolutely,
it's not
because
me
that's what.
being a chauvinistic. It's me
Right.
accepting
Right.
the
Right.
role that it's me accepting the role that I was put in. And so for me, I look at it when I tell my lady to stay in the truck, there's a reason.
Right.
There's a
Like if he were
damn good
dead
reason.
serious, absolutely. That would, yes, that would be him saying, wait a second, I'm doing my diligence. I see
Yep.
something. You need to stay where you're at. Absolutely. But that's why we laugh at older ladies because they jump to these conclusions
They're
without
from an
ever
older
truly
culture.
understanding.
Do you remember
What?
what I was saying about the sins of our forefathers? That we'd be
Yes.
bound to repeat those mistakes? That's the
Yes.
mistakes. Those are the issues that are there. Because this old lady's looking at it as, you know, oh, this is not a good situation. And in all actuality, for all intent and purpose, he's telling you to stay in the fucking truck.
Right. Right. Right.
So she sees it as false because she was brought up in a generation where everything was hunky dory. We don't live in
Uh-huh.
that society anymore.
Uh-huh.
We don't live in a society where it's okay to walk your dog or go for a fucking jog. Sometimes, if you know situations come about, you might be assaulted or protected. You know,
Right.
that's the other thing. It's not the assaults that I'm so much concerned about. It's about the protection that I'm concerned about.
Or lack thereof.
No. I can protect myself against somebody that doesn't have certain pieces of paper. But once those
Right.
pieces of paper come in, then the lines get blurry.
Right. Right. Right.
You know, and protection is good for every house that I come upon. If I need to protect against a house, and I'm speaking of houses because I look at man as, and I'm not just speaking of man, I'm speaking of man and woman because we all have our house. We are our own house,
Yes. Yes. I
if that makes
agree.
sense.
Yeah, I
And
100%
when
agree. Yes.
Yeah.
and when a man and a woman come together, the man's house covers the woman's house. It's not that she doesn't have a house anymore. It's protection. And therefore she no longer needs the efforts to protect. She needs to use her efforts to create or to co-create.
Or nurture.
It's all the same thing. Nurturing is creation. Because when you're
True.
nurturing, you're instilling love. When you're instilling something, it's
True.
like distilling
Right. 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 Right.
or no stilling at all. Because it's all
Mm-hmm.
just moving, right? It's moving,
Mm-hmm.
heating, cooling, much like love. There's heating and there's cooling. There's times of
Yes.
passion and there's times of non.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that's been
Absolutely.
married for more than a year and a half understands that passion is something that needs to be acquired.
And not ignored.
Absolutely not ignored.
That's where people get it wrong.
The moment that you ignore your own passions, the moment that you ignore your own healthy passions for a good, healthy relationship with your significant other, you have lost your relationship right there and then.
Yes.
It just has not come to fruition.
Absolutely. And because of how chaotic society is, people really dilute the definition of passion.
Well,
just to be sex.
I definitely would agree. However, this is the part that a lot of us don't understand. If we are not in the right house or do not create those connections, then you cannot have those passions because it is just sex. It is just sex.
Absolutely.
It's neighbors. It's fucking neighbors, and you go about your own business. And passion takes two. Passion takes the union of two houses and makes them one house. That's why in the olden days, if you went out and had sex with somebody, you were married to that person.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't take another third party to say, hey, you don't get to play anymore.
Right.
You know,
right. That was an inherent knowledge back then, right?
That's it. And not only that, but much like the chickens that Linda has, you only really need one rooster, and that one rooster can take care of an entire flock of chickens, right?
Yep, he was rubbernecking yesterday doing it all by himself, but I'm telling you what, I was impressed. He would walk around, he'd go to, yep, absolutely, don't want to derail you. Go ahead.
So let me ask you this. What is the difference between, say, the way one animal behaves? Let's say we go to a different species, a dog. Does it take one male dog, to impregnate one female and then they're bound forever together? Or does he take care of his responsibilities and she take care of hers?
After watching it and allowing my dogs to be on Jabberwocky.
Actually, let me digress. Not dog, wild wolf in a wolf pack.
Well, no, my dog has dingo. He's only 4 generations away from the wild dingo. So I was about to say, like, we were able to watch the dance him and Daisy did before, during, and after. And it was an amazing thing to watch because society has domesticated dogs who behave and do as they're told. They don't have dogs that live in a more natural way. So when Vince and I seen it, we're like, wow, the dogs are telling us they need to mate. And she wasn't even, like, she was little, you know what I'm saying? She wasn't even, I think, 6 months when they met. And there was no, like, he didn't try to mount her immediately. It was the strangest thing. And he did his job. Like, that's where I was going with that. Like, he did his job. When she became pregnant, he literally went into a fast mode and didn't eat. He wouldn't eat his food until he saw she ate food. And then if there were some left, maybe when she went to bed, he would finally eat it.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, we all have our specific roles. And, you know, I'm not saying that a man should just go from one house to another, to another, to another. That's not what I'm saying. If you create a contract with somebody, if you become their covering, then you need to be their covering, and that needs to be discussed with every member of that group. Because effectively, well, for instance, if I were to take on another wife per se, and I don't have multiple wives, I'm saying if hypothetical situation for conversation's sake. If I were to do this,
yep, I got you.
Right. Sure, if I were to do this, that would be a conversation that I would have with my current lady that she would be okay with having a help in the house.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and you know
Knowing
what?
that person would fill a role that she once had to.
Right. And it's a success because why? Because you communicated with
And
everyone involved, right?
yep, that's the only way you can do it. And it wouldn't be about sex between them. Because that's
Right.
that's not where it's supposed to be at.
Mm-hmm.
It's about creating a society that, and I'm not even saying that's worth, like I'm not putting myself on that pedestal. However,
Right.
if I instill morals and values, and that's exactly what I'm doing.
I have a story that backs that up.
I would be
So,
creating that side.
right. I have friends in Michigan when I was still there, and my friend's daughter had a friend that the stress was so high in her life, it was causing temporary blindness. And she had a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old. So they came to me because of faith within me. I guess they see me fight before, like fight the system and stuff. So they're like, listen, we don't know, you're just strong and our friend needs help. And for some reason we feel the need to come to you. So I went and met the friend. I got the gist of the situation. It was a very serious situation, by the way. I didn't load her up in my car. I gathered the members of my family, and by then my oldest was an adult. So I waited till she had a moment from work. My husband was home. These little ones were small, or these kids were smaller. And I talked to everybody about it. And we talked about the pros, the cons, the ins and outs, the uglies and the beautifuls. And we decided together. And it was not an easy situation. And even the person I was helping kind of, in a way, made it more difficult. But as a family, we were able to sustain that and weather the storm because it was open. Everybody had a say in it. They got their worries out on the table. It was a joint thing. No one was left out. Everybody had a job to do, and in that moment, everybody did their job.
When a machine works, it works, right?
Absolutely. And sometimes it doesn't even matter the topic or the product the machine's supposed to be making. When you're not stopping every 5 minutes to repair something that wasn't done right, you'd be amazed at the progress.
Right. And the thing is like, I'm not necessarily advocating, I don't want to be misquoted or anything. I'm not advocating, I'm not saying I'm saying if it were to come down to it,
Yes.
that would be the reasons.
Yes.
Because if it's merely about some physical thing, it's no, it
Right.
does not work that way. It's like that. It's like that commercial for, I think it was T-Mobile, with the old ladies when she's posting things. No, that's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
Yeah, I remember that commercial.
But like, for instance, food propagation. If for instance, with homesteading, if you had 15 or 20 people, you'd have a fucking army. Guess what? All of the houses would be built.
Mm-hmm. But I learned a couple things. And here's what I learned. Okay, so I wasn't into zombies, right? And Walking Dead come out, and of course my oldest was an adult and old enough to choose to watch it. And she knew why I didn't watch it. But she called me like a year and a half later. She was living out of state, and she's like, "Now hear me out. I know you don't want to watch it, but I know how you watch society and the ebbs and flows of what's going on." And what she saw was, you need to watch this show about a social experiment. So that's how I took it. I watched the show like it was a social experiment. And what I walked away with is they're trying to get people's minds wrapped around a time where you're going to have to pick a Negan governor like person, accept the rules and the ways in which they live by because you want to quote unquote survive. So, world, let's wrap your head around this so when it comes, you won't be surprised.
Hey, give me a second. I need to deal with something.
Cool. What
I
do you
got
think
my
about that, Linda?
crossbow, though.
Oh,
I'm
go
ready
ahead.
for the apocalypse. Did you hear me? Hang on.
Larry, your cat wants to be the center of attention.
Well, she was sitting in front of the TV, so I had to get her to move from in front of the TV.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw her little tail going back and forth.
Yeah, well, shit. She tries to live up to her name. I don't know why. She thinks she has to live up to being mischief all the time.
That's
I'll tell you, we,
The man speaketh, Larry, as a man speaketh.
it was like with shit, probably within an hour after I got these kittens, I named her Mischief, and she has lived up to her name every minute of the day.
Aw.
It took about a day or so to name the other cat. She's Willow.
Hey, you know how we were talking about those roles that we all play?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So when we make decisions that cause us to not have those roles fulfilled, but still have the consequences of our actions, and I say consequences, that's the wrong word. The results. So in a marriage, the result of a marriage is the union. The union is the creation of the child. Okay, so when you have a child that has a union that has been broken, then one must fill both roles. So I must be both the mother and the father in this situation. And that right there is why I've got to go in and I've got to clean up the tub. And then after the tub cleaning, I've got to make sure it's nice and clean for my son who's not feeling good because I need to take care of that nurturing role as well. So it is possible to fill many roles. It's just not convenient.
Well, it's not permanent either, and I think people mistake that temporary need to fill a role as a permanent situation. Like how my daughter was saying the other day, when a couple gets together and they put 100% into doing things a certain way, there's no other percentage left for anything else. Even if it's for the child, there's no other percentage left to fulfill that role. So that role needs to be fulfilled, and that winds up, especially with children growing up in a double income home or somewhere where there's less supervision, they seek to fill that role elsewhere. And so in life, that cycle of finding yourself in the wrong job, so to speak.
So it's kind of weird. I did receive an email saying that I'm live, but YouTube says I'm still not live.
That's weird. Yeah, I was gonna tell you when I came on. It's like gave me okay. It was the sign. It was the pay. It was advertising that you're coming up to notify me. It didn't say you were live. It was like you're to come live. You know, notify me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I received.
That's what mine says too, but it says, yeah, that was scheduled for 5:00 a.m. So why in the hell ain't I live then? It's
But
still
if you-
You're
saying-
late.
You're late, Larry.
Larry, you are so late. Damn.
So we're here, but we're not here. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
It's all an illusion, Larry. This is all just a dream. You're dreaming, sir. You're dreaming.
No. The next question is though: is it a dream or is it a nightmare?
Now.
With me in it, probably a nightmare.
Nightmare.
Yeah.
I love it.
But you know, I'm not just horsing around. You get it? Nightmare.
Nice.
Horsing around.
Nice play on words there.
Zinger. We got the zingers.
Nubs thinks he's slick, but he's nothing but a hick.
Howdy, Erm.
Yeah. Hi, Erm.
Yeah, I
Hi,
might be a
Chuck. Sorry
hick, but
for
I
not
sure do
saying
got a
hi.
big dick.
Whoa.
That's not what
I love confidence. That's how I met my first husband. Oh my God. I shit you not. Well, I was riding my 10-speed. I had gotten the cast off because I had injured my leg in 8th grade for that summer. Now riding my bike, and this is I shouldn't have been interested in this thing at the moment because I was about to turn 15. But anyway, I'm riding my bike and I drove by a house and I hear one guy says, I got a truck. Another guy says, I can't remember what he said. And then my husband says, I have a big dick. I turned around and went back to see who said they had a big dick. And about 6 months later, we started dating. So, and then we married and had no children. So that's just funny. I love confidence.
Well, see, I grew up in a particular location where they put something into the water, and I drank that same water. And so that's my explanation for everything. You know, I drank the same fucking water.
It's in the water.
nothing else. You can always blame it on the water, right?
That would explain a lot, you know.
Yep. At least it's not raining like powerful and wind blowing and crazy. It's just regular old drizzling rain. Makes you sleepy. I can't get out in the yard, y'all. It's muddy.
That's the best time to do yard work.
About slipped and busted my ass just taking the damn chicken feed out there just a little bit ago. I'm like, yeah, I better get back on the porch. It's slippery.
So what did you glue it back together with?
Gorilla glue.
All right, inquiring minds needed to know, so we'll put that in the memory bank for later time and day.
I use a good 5-minute 2-part epoxy.
I guess it should have been the question is, did you glue it back together?
You're like fishing when it rains.
You guys keep talking those dirty 4-letter words, I'm telling you.
We have overcast again. No rain.
When the
Just-
sky leaks, I like to fish.
Overcast is still good because then the sun's not heating us up. So I'm not going to complain too loud.
I don't have my water bottle. Damn it.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to come up with something else because it seems like it's starting to slowly not work as well.
Yeah, I
Uh-oh.
noticed that. And they really messing with Nubs' signal, man.
It just was so funny how that, especially that first day, it was just like instantaneous. As soon as we'd say water bottle or grab it, man, it would fucking stop. It was like, what the hell?
Right?
Started out as a joke, but then it was really working. It was weird. I got to go get my dog.
What are you wearing? No, find your shoes. Here's one. The other one's somewhere else. You don't need to wear those. They make your feet sweat.
Lucy, come on. That fucking chicken.
Hey,
I'll
what's
tell you
up with the rabbits? You didn't give no update, Linda. What's up with
that.
it?
I haven't been out there.
Oh,
I was told to leave them alone. I've been leaving them alone.
way to go. That's awesome.
This is a lot of self-discipline over here, I'm telling you what.
I don't know. I might have had to stick a camera or something in there to take a picture.
Right, right. Oh, I know Lucy can get out of the chicken coop. I don't know if Lucy can get back in the chicken coop when it's locked up. That little
Oh.
shit just got out.
Yeah, I gotta get some kind of automatic door system because a couple of times the wind is pretty significant, and we have the hook eye, but that has the lock in it that tries to lock the hook in place.
Mhm.
And still, the wind is so strong that I don't know how it gets it off of it. Or maybe it doesn't click in all the way. But man, before you know it, my daughter's coming in. 3 chickens were stuck outside the coop. Because the door is shut.
Crazy.
Said network bandwidth is a serious issue right now in many areas.
Hi, Mama. What you doing? We come to pee.
And if you live in the city areas, if there's high traffic on top of that, it make it way worse.
Well, we're still wiggling. And I don't see no bloodshed or anything. Just a lot of wiggling. Oh, there's a lot of wiggling.
Oh my God, that's so awesome.
It's so hard to see, so I'm not gonna put you all on camera or put them on camera yet because they're still
Right.
under the fur. It's just a lot of wiggling.
And where's Mama now?
Mama's right here by her. She's chilling.
Cool. How is she breathing? Is she done? You think she's done laboring?
Her stomach's not.
They're messing with your signal.
Yeah, they sure are.
Maybe I need to start crying to fix everything.
What was that?
Try that again, Linda. They messed with your signal.
Oh, I was singing. I said, "Oh, I'm not supposed to do that," and I stopped. That's the song. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. You know the rest.
I would like to agree with you, but what I found out when I moved to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that living in a city did not make my signal any better.
What's doing here, Mama? What's making that funny noise?
I actually have better out here in the country.
Yeah, it's weird how that works sometimes. Sometimes it's better the city and other times it's not. It's just weird how it works.
And I'm 17 miles from the nearest tower.
Yeah.
So, I can't go deep into my land with my cell phone because I do have signal issues out here being so far. But, my phone sits in one spot and we can generally do panels without me borging out too much.
There again, I think a lot depends on what we're talking about.
Yeah, I do too. That's the invisible factor is what they do with the algorithm.
Well, there in some certain case incidents, very few and far between. I think could be such a thing as coincidence. But when the coincidences keep happening over and over and over again, how can it be a coincidence?
What is a coincidence but a coincidence?
Yeah, kind of my point.
Oh shit! I had my mic off. Good
Well,
lord.
you notice I used my words very carefully there at first.
That you do.
I'm getting better at
Words.
it.
Word.
Words are meant
Word
to
is the
not be
bird.
made for careful.
Word is the bird and bird is the word.
That's not fair, Larry. I had that same song pop in my damn head.
Well, you know, I got to throw a wrench in that work just because.
You know that's just Al Gore rhythm.
Everybody get it now. You're out. Gore rhythm going.
Well, he made the internet.
There you go. Go, Larry. Go, Larry. Get
He
I know,
made
that's why I'm
the
over here.
internet, so
That's
it had
right,
to
he
be
did.
him.
Has to be him.
I got my.
That's why it's called an Al Gore rhythm.
Uh huh.
Yeah, I bet you never knew that I knew Kung Fu and 7 other Chinese words.
There you go, bud. I like the different dances.
Oh lord, that rain is. The rain is cold. It's not cold, but the rain's cold. Jesus.
I want to go outside so bad and start messing with the garden. I'm just dying here. Because the things I have to do in the garden are big things that really have to wait for no frost.
All I only ask one thing of you, Mary. Do not die while you're on my stream, please.
Don't use my square for nefarious purposes.
I refuse to answer questions.
That's funny.
Well, you said you were dying over there, so, you know, I took you literally.
So the garden that I did dig will eventually become like the berry and flower garden.
Yeah.
So now there's irises, there's the elderberry bush. I thought there was another flower in there. I don't remember. Well, I had 2 blackberry bushes that need to go in there. And probably more elderberry and other flowers to attract pollinators. Because this will be the farthest garden from the house. So I can't have my shit that needs watering sometimes 3 times a day, 100 yards from the house.
Yeah. I went to the store. I went to the store the other day and I was looking at these planter beds and they were like 4 feet long by 3 feet wide and they wanted $90 for these things. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Holy shit, I got the scrap wood from around my yard and made 1.5 foot by 5 foot cold frame to start my stuff outside here in the next month. For probably like $15.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like we don't.
You know, if we got enough people together, if we got enough people together that all created something, one thing, we all filled a need. So I filled a need that would provide for both Larry and Linda, right? Hypothetically.
Yep.
Then Larry provided a need that would create a solution for you, Linda, and myself. And then you
They're not letting you talk.
for Larry,
No, it's not.
myself, and Linda.
We couldn't hear anything you said. They're roboting you hard.
I love that robot.
Okay, there you go. Yep.
There you go.
Keep talking that sexy talk to the robot.
Yeah. So what did you say? All that we didn't hear anything.
No, what I'm saying is
There he goes again.
if we all just This is
Yeah.
useless.
Motherfucker.
Talk in terms of Smurfs.
Can I
Yeah.
say what I caught?
Al Gore, we need your rhythm. Al Gore, we need your
Your
rhythm.
rhythm.
Al Gore, we need your rhythm.
Oh, Gore, we need your rhythm.
They're not even letting you do that. There he goes. He's gone. He's out of here. They said,
What
"Fuck
I-
you, buddy. You're out."
What I grabbed is what he said was for each one of us, if we all brought something to the table, our strength, that we could bring, I believe,
Yeah,
an idea for the next person. Like
I
I would
heard
have an
something
idea
about.
for her.
I heard something about Nubs create something for me. I create
Yep.
something for Mary. Mary
Yes.
creates
Yes.
something for Linda.
Yep,
Something like
Yes.
that is what I
Yep, that's
gathered
what-
out of it.
yep.
Yes. It's a pay it forward almost attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well,
Right.
you're scratching each other's back by your own services, you know. I'm doing something that I'm good at and proficient at and love to do, and giving it to you, and you're
Mhm.
giving me something that you're good at and efficient at that could not be. And if we're helping each other out, we're just, you know, scratching each other back, making life better. How can it not be?
Exactly. But listen, for some reason, some ethereal sense that we don't know about, that they've doubled down on their algorithm, you know, and they're working it like a stripper on a pole. The one thing we have to do is stay focused and not let the things they use as distractions to influence, affect, or be absorbed by us.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, too, also, aren't we all strippers on the pole without getting the tips?
Did you guys read Erm's?
Yeah. said, I grow
Yeah.
onions for all my friends and they give me back whatever they want to trade.
That's the way it should be.
Absolutely. Like both those systems work because if someone only has rutabaga to trade, but I don't eat rutabaga, but my cousin's neighbor over here eats rutabaga, I'd be an idiot not to accept the rutabaga and do a trade over here, which I wouldn't normally get that trade because I don't have rutabaga. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yep.
And yet that's somehow frowned upon. Not frowned upon, but hey, let me put the UPC code on your stuff so we know what you're doing and where your stuff is going and yada yada yada.
Well, the easiest way to prove that, remember, it was probably, I don't know, maybe 20 years or more when all these shows were coming up in like Discovery about bartering and how to barter for stuff. That shit was on just for a very short time because they're all like, wait a minute, we're giving these people way too much information on how to survive with each other.
Storage wars and shit. Remember when they all started?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely got people now back into a type of thinking about bartering. But wait a second, you're a part of a system. You shouldn't need to barter. I mean, that's the story they fucking sell.
Yeah, yeah,
And now,
exactly.
all of a sudden, there's all these shows. What? Storage Wars, Pawn Stars. There was another one. I don't remember what it was.
Well, and plus they have all the house things, flipper flop, and
Yes, yes. And I think that's how they're speeding shit up. So it never used to be termed until most recent decades of flipping a house. People didn't even know what that meant.
yeah,
Like mid 90s, early 2000s. What do you mean flip a house? Buy a really cheap house, fix it, and then sell it for expensive. That wasn't even, I mean, rich people might have played that game all the day long, but
right.
it wasn't a common knowledge amongst average people to
Well,
do.
plus too, I think they made it look like, at least on the flip and flop things, they made it look like you could buy this house for $20,000 and turn around and sell it for $200,000 all day long. And that
Mhm.
wasn't the case at all. You know, you'd have to come up with 50 or 100,000 to maybe make 100,000.
Exactly. Exactly. So even the people that swallow the jagged pill, hook, line, and sinker, are getting played their own game of manipulation and bullshit.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, Larry, it doesn't make sense in a person's mind who struggled most of their life to buy their first place if they're even given an opportunity, and then to turn around and flip it. I've had people literally tell me that on my property. I about come unglued on some people online, on in person. Wait, you're telling me to sell my property to gain some ill-perceived profit that's not even going to pave the way to owning another piece of property, and you're actually coming out your whole face, straight-faced and everything with that bullshit? It's such a scam, and I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Just like when they say in the end of time, everybody's gonna own nothing and they'll all be happy about it.
Yeah.
The fuck out of here. Don't try and sell me some bullshit like that. That don't sound like a freaking piece of shit pickup line I ever heard. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah. That's like, in a lot of ways, I feel pretty fortunate to be here. But for the last few months, I've had this really bad feeling that I'm not going to be out on the street again here pretty soon. And it's like the last four places I've lived in, I got kicked out of there for no wrongdoing at all. You know, I mean, I'm a pretty peaceful man. I don't cause disturbances. I always pay my rent on time. You know, I've never had any complaints or whatever, you know, amongst any of my residents. And I hate having that feeling that, I mean, I know what it took to get me to get to here. It took 2 years
Hmm.
to find a place and a way to get my home to where I needed it to be. It was a
Right.
process. It wasn't like, oh, I just made a couple phone calls and it was done and over with. You know, so that's why I said the other day I want to really concentrate on, you know, getting me somewhere where I could call it's mine and not have to worry about getting a phone call because I didn't cut my hair that day or something.
Right.
Right.
Forgot to dot that I, right?
Yep.
I think you're feeling a feeling that you're familiar with, but maybe has a grander implication than it used to.
Yeah. Well, what gets me is, you know, like at different jobs and shit too. I've always been a really super hard worker, and I always felt I needed to work as hard as I could at that job, whatever the job was, so I could make that company more money, so possibly I could make more money. But nine
Hmm.
times out of 10, I'd lose my job to somebody. All they did all day was walk behind the supervisor and watch their ass wiggle. And those are the people that always kept their jobs, you know.
Absolutely.
And it was very frustrating to me because I'm doing what I believe I should be doing and working the hardest I can to make everybody's life what I thought would be better, but yet the person that's doing nothing productive all day long gets the advancements, gets the raises, you know.
Yeah, and that goes into what Irma's saying. It's also good to depend on others and have others depend on you as far as holding yourself and others accountable. And this is what has been lost in small communities becoming giant cities, is that fact right there. They don't
Yeah.
have time to hold others accountable. They got to go do this and that and the other thing, and too bad Joe Blow, that's what you get. Like, there's such a disposable way of thinking that it's I had to leave New York. Like, that's what it was like there. Everybody on their own track doing their own thing. You could be starving next to them and they wouldn't even freaking notice it. It drove me nuts to live amongst people that was like that, because in smaller communities, and I mean small by like a couple families, In that scenario, you're all holding each other accountable because you're all going after the same goal, which is thriving in this thing we call life.
Well, yeah, and the biggest irony of it all is you figure, I don't know, my estimate could be way off, but let's just say we have 1 million homeless people in our country. You know, without a place to go, without a place to live, with no way of surviving to make their lives better in any way, shape, or form. So why in the fuck are we letting millions of more people in our country a day to create more of a chaos, more of a challenge for people to find homes, more of a challenge to find jobs? It just doesn't make any sense.
Not any.
I think a lot of it is because they want to get rid of us people that are thinking for ourselves and just bring in all these refugees because we can slave them up real easy.
That makes sense too, though.
Oh yeah, because you think about it, you know, when all these people come in the country, they get pre-approved to get Social Security or whatever, you know, and then they get home loans, you know, like next to interest free and government grants to start your own business, and you know, we'll set you up real good. But you know, when there's people like us that you know could help use some help, it's fuck you. You know, you think for yourself, so we're not going to do nothing for you.
Did anybody you post Erms or read Erm? Yeah, it says Erm says own nothing and be happy doesn't work in this system. They are changing the system, and that's all they're saying.
Yeah,
You
And
nailed
they
it.
could care less about the fucking questions. It's a shut up and obey, comply or die. You know what I'm saying? It's. I'm not even talking color of anybody. This is across the board. I've
Yeah.
seen Caucasians lose their life. I've seen Mexicans lose their life. I've seen blacks lose their life. I've seen Chinese lose their life. I've seen men lose their life. I've seen
All
women
human
lose their life.
beings.
Right. I've seen children lose their life and the elderly lose their life. Like, people, get your heads out of your ass and realize that we're not complaining. We're putting out into the air of what is the reality of the situation. And people can do with it what they want. We're not even telling people what to do with it. We're saying, you know what, this is a cool idea.
Or this
Everyone's
is what we're doing. Yeah.
right. If we all begin these conversations instead of pointing fingers or picking on appearances, or you ain't dressed right, or you're too much this, or you're too much that, or you're too much this, and you're too much that. Yo, that is such an ignorant way to live a life that you get one shot at.
Yep.
Not on me. Is it on you, Linda? Is it on you, Larry?
No.
it's all on me.
All
Everybody.
Look at his shoulders. He's got the weight of the world.
That's what that
That's why
pain's
they're
from.
so big. That's why they made them so big, so I could handle all that
That's
weight.
right.
That's why they made the world round. It's easier to carry. I'm just fucking kidding. I'm not
Yeah, I
trying
thought
to
it was
trigger
square
people.
yesterday. I'm like, don't throw me off. I thought we were square yesterday. What the fuck? Stop messing with me, people.
These are silly arguments to have because
I think it's just
even if
how
you
you're
come to
looking
a
at it.
conclusion,
Mhm.
what difference does it make?
Absolutely.
The system's still going to milk you like a fucking cow, right?
Erm says, Larry, aka Atlas.
Yes, sir. That was a good one.
Love it.
But that's what they want. They want us
Mhm.
all to feel the weight of the world on our shoulders, and they want us to feel the weight of their decisions pertaining to this world on our shoulders.
Well,
And
Mary,
I got two
how in
words.
the hell could you think that their mistakes are not our mistakes? Because our mistakes are the only mistakes that matter. Their mistakes don't matter. They can only do right. What the hell are you thinking? Oh, wait a minute. That was your problem, as you were thinking. Stop
Of
that
course,
thinking stuff right
of
now.
course.
Wait
Isn't
a
that
Get
minute.
why
back to
they
that
freaking?
stinking thinking.
Do you feel the
Isn't that why
string?
they develop phrases like "children should be seen and not heard"?
Do you feel the strings? I know you
Bite
feel those
your
strings.
tongue.
Come on.
That was just one of their many sayings. Shut the fuck up and do as I tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Hated that shit, man.
Oh, read that one. Oh, that's good.
All right, hold on. They want you to feel just enough weight to be weighed down, but not so much weight that you break and take matters into your own hands. Bend but don't break keeps us where we are. Yo, I'm so glad you said that, because I'm also trying to get people to understand that. Listen, if you're 100 sheep holding up the house of cards, and sheep number 89 gets tired, sheep number 87 and sheep number 88 I'm sorry, sheep number 88 and sheep number 91 are saying, hey, take a break, but come back on time. They're not saying stop that and find a new job, right? They're
Right, they taught
perpetually,
us to put your hand on the other job before you let go of that job.
well, not just that, but no one gives anyone permission to walk away from a job they're not suited for. So whether you're a good sheep or a bad sheep, you best get your hands up there and hold that shit up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the motto of the most successful football team in history, the Belichick/Brady Patriots? Bend but don't break? Well, they want us to think that. It's not stand up strong and refute the aggression coming towards you. That's a football thing. Stand strong. Don't let them through. Where the fuck did bend and not break come in? Fuck off with not you, Not you, But that to me is bend but not break. Like, it may have its useful times, but as a philosophy of life is bullshit.
It's not a philosophy of life. It's a philosophy in the bedroom.
Yeah,
How you doing today?
boom.
I'm doing all right. I just wanted to let you guys know that, like, you know, I was telling you guys how I want to do a RV park campground kind of thing after we sell the hotel, maybe. Well,
Uh-huh.
I also want to do a retirement home, and I found exactly where I'm going to find my clientele. Now, it's called the Cracker Barrel, folks. Cracker Barrel. They got them all over the United States. Cracker Barrel. The average median age in there is probably 75.
Holy shit. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so the retirement center ideas, great place to peddle my ideas. If somebody wants to get there faster, I just gave you a gold nugget right there. So just
Thank you.
dropping knowledge bombs on everybody right there. If you want to see the old people, Cracker Barrel. Also, if you want to park in your camper and spend the night somewhere for free, and you want to do it like, you know, it's called bumming it or something. And yeah, you can do that in the Cracker Barrel parking lot. I'm not going to do that, but you can. I yield.
Yeah, Walmart used to be that way, but now most of Walmarts won't let you do it anymore because people fucking abuse the Walmart thing.
Yep. We abused it.
That's what
Walmart
happens when
set
you get people
themselves
taking
up
a
to
shit in
be
your parking
abused
lot.
so they could say you can't
Yep.
do this anymore because I'm abused. Man, fuck Walmart. Sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm just,
Yeah.
there's a monster in my mouth and it was talking for me.
You said
Mhm.
Tourette. It's that damn Tourette's.
Yeah, I'm about to go over to Wally World right now because I'm in the middle of Arkansas. Arkansas. And,
Okay.
what?
Don't forget to hold your receipt out in front of you because Lord knows everybody
Yeah.
steals in front of 100 cameras.
Oh, I know. And I'm going to let them fondle my balls and everything on the
I
way
was just-
out.
I want to
Chris.
know how. I
So
want to know
welcome to
how in the
Go
hell
Home,
all
man.
these. I want to know how in the hell all these people are stealing all this shit when everything's locked up.
I want to know that too.
I don't know. I'll tell you what, though. This is going to sound really fucked up. You guys are going to, get judgmental with Moose here, but you know me. No filter Moose over here. So
Do it.
out of
Do it,
out
Moose.
of all the Walmarts I've gone to, over the years, they started closing down the registers, right? And they started bringing in these self-serves. Well, if you ever want to be like an old school like guest like I do and just kind of walk through and like not have to like bag my own groceries and do all that, you know what they do? They put the most retarded person on the entire fucking staff payroll as that one checker. They're so fucking slow. And not only are they fucking slow, they like sit there and they want to have a conversation about their goddamn life while you're trying to get back to wherever you need to go. You got a baby crying in your arms and the lady's like, "Yeah, my boyfriend just left me and blah blah." It's like, I don't give a shit about your boyfriend. You're at work. Put the goddamn chips in the bag and let me go.
There's nothing to judge there. You are absolutely right. They design it, they screen them just
Yep.
to annoy you so you will avoid that lane.
Yep.
Every fucking time. Like, and then one time I got stuck behind that, like, the oldest person in like the entire lands, right? And they were missing $10. They were like, "Oh, I don't have enough." And so, the old lady, she was gonna have to put her stuff away or whatever. And I was like, "Ah, man, I can't watch this. I can't watch her sit through like, another 20 minutes of contemplating of like whether she puts the green beans back or like whether she puts the crackers back." I was like, "I'm gonna have to pay for that."
Yep,
Just
I
like,
seen it coming.
here's the $10. Just hurry the fuck up. Like, I would have gave her the $10 either way, but like, hurry the fuck up. Get out of my way.
It was a
Put
good
the fucking
investment.
chips in the bag.
Good
Nah, but
investment.
that's the thing, though. It's like you think it is, right? You think it is. You're like, "Oh, now I'm finally at the front of the line," and then the line goes to like even you already thought you were stopped, but then
I
then you
ran into
finally
people thinking
realize,
we were moving and it stopped. Yep.
and you're just like, "Come on, lady, come on," or "Dude, come on, bro." It's,
Or
I
what
mean,
gets me if you go into the store and the person at the register is sitting there talking on their phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, not even that, dude. I go into these Walmarts, right? And I hate to go into Walmart, but when you go into a town where there's nothing, Walmart's the only thing they got. So, anyways, you walk in and they got one person on register. You're walking around the store. You see all these competent employees, all these super competent people. Like, they probably graduated from fucking college and everything. And they're just like, they know what they're doing. They're like, "Oh, yeah. Aisle K5, dude, K5." You're like, "I didn't even ask you anything." He's like, "Yeah, but that's what you're looking for." It's like, and then you get to the register and you're like, "What the fuck? Like, what happened? What happened over here?" Like,
You want to
they
be like,
use,
just roll it over the scanner, nice and slow. Keep going.
yeah, and while you're in slow motion, you're scanning the entire store, Larry. Okay, you're scanning the store, and you see 5 employees in the customer service section just standing there talking to each other.
Standing there talking to each other. You're like, what the fuck?
All of them. All of them.
And there'll be
The poor
20
person
people standing in line at customer service, but there'll
Oh,
be
yeah.
5 employees talking to each other.
Oh yeah, I know they don't give a shit about you. They
Did you
don't.
guys
They
put
don't
the
care.
water tank on?
They're getting paid by the hour, brother.
Okay.
So
Yep.
and then the poor person at the door, that poor person's got like the bad guy job. It's like they don't even want to be there. So half the time I just walk up to him. I got that
She don't
fucking
want to.
thing up. I go like this, and I've got my bag open or whatever, and I make it super obnoxious. So
Yeah, me
they
too.
just like go, just go.
My kids go, you don't have to put it on that thick. I know. I go, no, I do need to put it on that thick.
Yeah, I found
She
like
did
a
do.
bag at a secondhand store that's perfect for like going to the store and like putting all your box goods in it and stuff like that. And one day I took it with me because they're not giving bags out anymore. And I had like 6 or 7 like crackers and stuff like that. And then I had some cans. So I put it all in this bag. It all fit in the bag because I'm not a dummy. So the guy asked for the receipt. And I'm like, here you go, but I'm not emptying that sack. You got me twisted with thinking I'm gonna empty all my shit out so you can go verbatim, get your ass on a cash register and be a freaking attendee, and you'll know exactly what's in my sack.
That's right, bitch.
Wow, god damn.
That was
Speaking of
asinine
those
of my
people,
roommate.
Speaking of those people, Linda, have
Jeez.
you ever seen somebody at the door that could actually stop you?
No, they are, and you sizing them up as I'm walking up to them anyway. And my son is like, "Mom, knock it off." I'm like, "What? I can take him out." And he goes, "That's not even funny." The only one I have respect for in Walmart is the cart collectors.
Yeah,
They're the only
No.
ones I have any respect for in Walmart.
yeah. You see
I
those
can't
brave soldiers
even.
going out
Guys,
there and picking them
I
up in the
can't
rain.
even. My special needs son gets freaking chore money.
Where'd your picture go?
It's easier to show him how to register his stuff and show where the money goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's behind me. What does he normally buy? Chips and pop. And buy, right? And no bag needed. And yet they will want to check his fucking receipt.
Yeah,
And one time, instead of my son being next to me, he was next to his dad. And his dad's not a wave maker like I am. But
Mhm.
boy, at the corner of my eye, I saw
why was that lady?
I saw
honking and
them
waving
reach
at us?
for his receipt behind me out of the
That lady
corner of my
honked and
eye.
waved.
Oh
And
yeah.
I'm like,
That lady right there.
oh hell no! The guy heard me too.
Maybe she was
Oh
honking. at someone else.
hell no! You could see him really quickly, like throw the receipt like right back at my son, because he knew where I was going.
Mm-hmm.
That son is with 2 parents, motherfucker.
Whoa,
Anybody? I don't care why you're approaching him. I don't care
That's
if he
right.
bought his own stuff. When you come at my son, you best be coming at me first. So I
watch out,
instantly
little
get
Tommy.
mad. Like I was telling his behavioral therapist yesterday about the whole puppy thing.
Yeah.
And I said, an older lady rolls up. An older lady, like all white hair older lady. She didn't see me in the driver's seat. And I tell her the whole thing. She parks this weird cockeyed and she gets this weird look on her face when she sees my son and she thinks he's alone. And I said to his behavioral therapist, I've never had to look a perpetrator in the eye or in the face when they get this idea in their brain. And I'm going
Yeah,
to
when
tell
they're
you
in
right,
action.
right. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be feeling this one for a long time. Because if she were my age, now, I don't know if anybody else understands me, but I'm a firecracker. If that bitch was my age, I
Really?
would have come unfucking glued. I would have gone to jail for that shit. But the woman was elderly, so it wouldn't just be an assault charge. It would be an abuse
Well-
of the elderly charge.
And the meat suit wasn't offending you. It was what was coming out of the meat suit that was offending you.
Right,
What are we
right.
talking about? Meat suits? What the
Meat
hell?
suit. Yeah, I run these streets too, damn it.
Talking
Yeah, look at
zombies
you
and
walking
shit?
around in your meat suit all large and in charge.
Large and in charge. That's right.
No.
But boy, the dead ass look on that freaking old lady's face when I leapfrog out of that truck, like, yeah, can I help you?
Can I
It's
help
just-
you, bitch?
Seriously, her face just dropped. You could just see her
Look at all that
disappointment.
green. I see
Damn
green.
shame.
Candles
I know, ain't that sick? I was gonna say something earlier.
This whole place is trailed up, dude.
Dude,
Everywhere I've been.
There was one in the sky on the way there. And now look at the sky.
It's
Mercy.
all,
That's crazy. Anyway, I gotta get going to town, guys.
Alrighty.
You know what? Get
Safe
out of here.
travels.
Me
Larry,
too.
throw her out of here.
Don't
Yeah,
let that
tell-
door
He's gonna
hit
throw us all out, Moose.
Wait, let him say it. Let him say it, guys.
Don't let that door hit you in the ass.
That shit hurt. Bye. I love you guys.
Bye. I love you.
Have a good day. We love you. Oh.
And then there was 3.
That's right.
Is like the gruesome threesome?
Hey, do you like my new avatar picture thingamajig?
Yeah, I was gonna point that out.
That's pretty cool.
Pimping, huh? I'm
You be
afraid.
pimping and backing and doing all the tricks.
It's
Doing
his
all them
response to
tricks.
this fuckery.
That's exactly what it is. Holy shit!
Hey man, can we talk about me, man?
Hey, Larry, can we get back to me for a moment?
Just for a moment, man. That's all I need is just
Hey,
a
can
moment.
I jump
man.
in here real fast?
Hey man, don't be jumping in on my jumping in, man.
You know, I know he's not a comedian, but I'm telling you what, if he was a comedian, he could make some bank.
He would make some bank, but he would try too hard, and that's the problem.
Well, no, he just, yeah,
He'd
that,
fuck
well,
up.
yeah, he would. But if he was caught, like, what was that show where hidden camera? It'd be funny as fuck.
Where they tell you what to say.
No, they
What
catch
would you
people.
do? What would
Yeah,
you
what would
do?
you do? That's the one.
Oh yeah, dude. Jack's gonna be a star, dude. He's
He
so
is.
famous.
I mean, he's already got his foot out there. Red carpet
fucking
isn't far
famous.
away.
Dude, so many people know about Jack Talcott. Like, I would not be
telling you.
surprised if some people start going to him for counseling.
I'm gonna blame all my problems on Jack Talcott.
That's
They're
a
all
great
his
idea,
fault.
Larry.
None of them could be my fault. None of them all. They're all his.
Not one of them. Not one of them is your fault.
And you know what the irony of it is? It can all be solved with love.
Are you sure?
That's,
Oh, that damn song. All we need is love, love.
that's what
Come on,
I'm saying. Everything can be solved with just love. You know, just that one thing. That's all we need.
What are you doing in the back seat? Get out of there. Come on. Damn dog. Get in the front seat. Get up there. Get up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to give Minnie Moose a face cleanse.
That's right.
That's like that's
She's
like
got
when
a,
I lived out in Sweet Home. I'd call my dog. I'm like, Buster, come here, and he wouldn't even put his head up, right? He wouldn't even fucking look like at me like, Dad, you didn't say a fucking word, right? But I'd go, Buster, cookie. And as soon as I say cookie, he'd be all like, what? Where? Where's the cookie? Like, yeah, funny how I holler your name and I don't exist, but as soon as I say cookie, it's like, which way did I go?
His stomach. You were talking to his stomach then.
Yeah, exactly.
Where did he go, George? Which way did he go?
Ooh.
All right, Larry,
That's
we're
my
about to
dog.
hit the road again. We're on the road. Memphis,
Hit
Tennessee. Memphis.
Wow. Well,
So
you
all
have
my
safe
haters
travels.
Come meet
Hey,
me down in
Moose.
Graceland.
Hey,
All
Moose.
the haters, what in Graceland?
All them haters can come find me in Graceland.
Hey, Moose.
Yo,
Don't let the door hit you in the ass.
I'm not going nowhere.
Get the fuck out of here.
He says, I'm not
Hell
done with my
no.
clothing. He's like, he didn't kick me yet.
Come on, I know you feel those strings. Come on. Dance for me. There we go. That's what I want to see. I want to see a sideways picture.
He had to stretch. There he goes. He's stretching again.
It's like, fuck you. I'm not gonna let
I
you do
know.
it.
He's like, I'm just gonna keep fucking with you. Oh, look at all that green. It's still raining. Or pissing, I should say. See, Compound confirms.
Look at those clouds. Oh, wait
Look
a
at
minute.
those trees. I'm just looking at those trees.
That's
Oh.
one thing. It's she was thinking
We
about
just
moving
lose
down
it.
there in
Oh,
Arizona,
there he
and
is.
I'm like, I don't know if I can handle it because it's like I'm used to seeing trees everywhere. I grew up in Washington and lived in Oregon most of my life, you know, and it's like I gotta see some trees.
Yeah, like I said, we got trees just, where you go.
Yeah, exactly. Here they're fucking everywhere. You gotta worry that
Uh,
they're gonna fall on your damn house. It's so many of them.
A lot of them planted the trees real close to their houses, and I'm watching them slowly removing them.
Yeah, I mean, well, like we got two trees that are probably 150 feet tall, easy, not 200 feet, and they're like maybe 50 feet from my house.
Yeah, I've seen them on the video. Those are intense. They've been there a while, a long
Yeah.
while. But then you have to worry about the root system, getting into your pipes, and well, people
Well,
have
and
issues.
there's two huge trees right next together. With being that close, you would think, all that structure could hold that little bit of dirt. 289. Now that's fucking cheap.
Whoa!
It's $4 here. Bring some back with you. I'll buy it for $3 a gallon from you. Yeah, it's like almost $4 here.
That's crazy.
It's gone up like 60 cents in the last 2 weeks.
It's nuts, dude. It's absolutely nuts. It's like in California, it was almost $6.
Fuck.
I heard it went up all the way up to 11 there.
I can't imagine. Can't even fucking imagine.
Well, dude, think about it. There's like hundreds of thousands and millions of people in California that live on top of each other, and there's no resources there. Like there's no water for them. All the water is being used for agriculture land.
Yeah.
And it's all running off into the ocean because they're not building dams and they're not doing what they need to do to like keep the water and stuff. But
Well, I'm worried about just that with all this rain coming in and the weather when that snow starts, all the stuff that they're getting hit with. Where's that gonna go?
On top of you, of course. What the hell you thinking, Linda?
Thinking mud, a lot of mud. I'm thinking a lot of mud.
See, that's your whole problem, though, is you're thinking. You're not supposed to do that. That's against the law. Not allowed.
Well, some might say if I had I don't even want to put that out there. I retract all that. Somebody take ideas.
I answer no question.
Yeah, I was about to convict myself.
Or you could just plead the fifth under the grounds you might incriminate yourself.
Yeah, there we go.
this is an entertainment broadcast. Anything said here is just for entertainment purposes only. Thank you.
You need to get that banner running on the bottom there, Larry.
See, that's why I keep Moose around, just for those instances.
I love it. It's like
I keep trying to tell you there's a
commercials.
method to my madness. You just won't believe me. There is a method to my madness. You just think I'm just crazy, which might be a given.
That might be getting solid on that one. Yeah.
I cannot confirm or deny.
Or deny.
But you know, when somebody answers you that way, then that means they are doing it, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a confirmation.
Funny how that works.
Yeah,
Well, I'm still not live on YouTube.
that is bogus.
Yeah, it still says notify
So
notification
we've
on.
all just been in our imagination for almost 5 hours. Cool.
It says there's one watching and notification on,
Crazy.
but everybody else is live.
It's okay. We showed up. We know we're live.
I'm going to be interested to see though what my final numbers are, if I
Right.
get actually any viewers or not. That's
Well, let
gonna
me
be
bounce
fun.
off of here so you can get her loaded up and get your number rolls.
Yeah. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and
Right,
share.
it's there. You took it right from me, damn it. All right, say it.
Because this was the rip roaring episodes of all episodes.
For sure. That's all,
It was
folks.
so intense they couldn't even put me live.
They shadow banned him for real.
There you go.
All right, you beautiful people, I'm out.
All right, we have a great day. I want to see a good meal tonight.
Oh yeah, I pulled some hamburger. I'm thinking spaghetti,
Oh, there you go.
baked potato, and a salad.
What was all that growling about?
All right, well, give me my magic words.
Don't let the door hit you or the good Lord split you.
All righty, amen.
Take care. Uh-oh, now it's just me and Moose. Things are getting scary. I do love you, buddy. You good boy. Even though you're a grumpy old man, you're a good boy. Yeah.
Oh.
He just growled again. What is all that noise about? You showing me how grumpy you can be? I think his ears are bothering him again. I'm going to have to get some more ear medicine. All right, Moose. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and get the hell out of here.
All right. Throw me out.
Throw you out. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord
Thanks
split
for
you.
everything.
Oh, thank
Send
you,
your
man.
donations to the Church of Talcott.
They brought the checks in the mail and they won't come in his mouth. All right, man. You take care.